Alrighty, here we go. This is my new and improved setup, the Mark II, Miniatorium Mark II, if you will. Changed a lot of things, and for those of you watching, hi Søren, I can see you out there, and Bertram, hey you. Just want to show you. Oh, thank you, Alberte. Here we go. This is really where all my energy has been spent. I can now actually show you a lot more of my painting area. I can even, with some difficulty, show you a bit of the palette. You know, all the good things. Oh, Jesus, it's a bit tight though. But now it's much easier for me to actually see what I'm doing, and hopefully also for you to see what you're doing. And to the Danes out there jumping in, hello. Let's just... Jeg tager den på engelsk i dag, fordi at jeg startede lidt sent, og tanken var også lidt, at det her miniatorium, det skulle sådan også være på engelsk til mine kammerater, der ikke taler dansk. Det håber jeg kan bære over med. Så hvis det bliver for irriterende, så sig lige til. Men hvor man tænker, vi slår det tilbage til engelsk. So, as I was saying, this new setup hopefully is a lot better. How's the sound going through for everybody? It's a bit high, a bit low. Still working out the finer details. So yesterday I finished up this guy. He's from Fallout Wasteland Warfare from Modiphius, and he's a simple scavenger with a sawed-off shotgun. There you go. I can actually see him. It's a bit of a rough paint job, but that's my usual style. I'm much more of a craftsmanship kind of guy. I paint for it to look good on the playing area, not to win any competitions. I added some grass tufts with some cheap super glue, unfortunately, so you can see there's a bit of a sheen here and there. I think I'll correct it later with some matte varnish, but for now it's fine. So off stream I continued painting up Nora, finished up her blue jumpsuit from Vault 13, gave her a bit more of a brown hair and some more of the gunmetal colors, and the yellow was the Demonic Yellow from Army Painter. Tried that out as well, worked fine. And let's see if we can get her in focus. Oh, no, come on. The life of a amateur streamer. Right. As you can see, her Pip-Boy got a bit of a army green look to it. I'm fairly certain that's how it looked in the game, but it's been a while since I played it. And next step for that is to add some sort of glossy screen green. I'm thinking Dark Angel green in olden days, but these days it's called Caliban green, I think. So she's nearly done at this point. Some fine details on the rifle and some more on the flesh, and then of course the base. Then we have the scavengers getting more and more completed. I went for a very dark scheme in this one, with some Wasteland field repair, you might say, on his trench coat there, and some very, very dark denim, and just painted his rifle metal. I mean, there was a lot of details there, but I couldn't really figure out what was supposed to be wood and what was supposed to be metal, so yeah, I just went for all metal. And finally, this guy. yeah, I don't really have anything special to say about these. I mean, they're fine for what they are, but yeah. And hopefully I'll get around to actually paint up this cute little dog meat. Oh, that's a bit of a seam line right there. Crap. Should have seen that. Hang on. While we're at it, I think I'll fix that. If I can get my knife. Hopefully this won't be... Hopefully the microphone won't pick this up too much. It's just a bit of... Where was it? There we go. Now, the main change, and so I don't know if you're still watching, from yesterday's stream is that I can now actually myself see what I'm doing and hopefully also show you without interfering in my own hobby life. I figured that would be a good idea. I mean, while I do enjoy showing you all what I'm doing, I also want to actually do it. So it's a win, making it more of a win-win situation rather than me anguishing over getting everything right. Okay, I think I got most of it. It's a bit of a hack job, bit of a quick hack job here because I couldn't really there's really no details on this dog, so I have to paint in most of the fur anyway. That seam line will mess up my plans, involving some contrast paints later on. And finally, the final boss, if you will, of this little painting session is this alien. I have tried giving him a thick wash to sort of to get an idea of what was actually on the miniature. As you can see, I didn't really prime him that well, and to be frank, I couldn't really be bothered actually repriming him, so it is what it is. And yeah, so that's basically the plan for tonight. I got some other miniatures back there, as you can see, but those are for the... Every Thursday I run a Danish stream, which is partly inspired by another Danish streamer, so it's sort of a Tuesday, Thursday thing between us. And these Oathmark models are the Thursday militia, so they'll be painted on coming Thursday. And then I keep him around. Classic old Jess Goodwin sculpt. Melnibonian something. It's an elf of sorts. I love the sculpt. It's one of the best sculpts ever. But unfortunately, and because it's one of the best sculpts ever, I haven't had the guts to actually get him painted. But I mean, look at it. That's the look of an elf. Haughty, arrogant, and lethal. Oh, and comically oversized swords. Gotta have those. Right. So let's get cracking. I need to get this out of the way. You can go... Oh, no, there's a cable. That's another cable. God damn it. Ah, so many cables. There. And 4 viewers have showed up. Hello, everybody. I'm amazed anybody showed up. But it was sort of a thing that I just wanted to paint some miniatures. I just finished setting up my whole sort of studio work desk. And I figured, why not give it a run? I mean, I've been streaming now 3 days in a row. I can feel it in my throat, actually. I'm starting to get a bit of a sore throat from speaking so much. So today might be a bit more quiet. But to those of you listening in and looking in, I appreciate any feedback on sound and image quality you might have. And with that said, let's get on with painting Nora. Okay. So let's see. See if I can get you to see more. There we go. I need to apply some flesh wash to her, I think. Maybe let's just ease into it and let that be the starting point for tonight. So with that said, I also rearrange all my colors. It's there. Bit of Army Painter flesh wash. I've been on a Army Painter streak recently to sort of get the hang of the colors, because I've seen a lot of really excellent painters out there do some great stuff with this paint. So I figured I wanted to give them a try as well, seeing as I might have been doing something wrong, and I think I have sort of cracked the code. Code being that Army Painter really needs to up the quality control, because once you actually, the problem with them is they're really a pain to get shaken up. Oh, and I need to get in frame. There we go. Now, normally I don't overly fuss on paint jobs, and with these miniatures, because the details are so soft, I'm not going to overly detail them. I mean, there's not much to detail really. There we go. So it'll be a bit more haphazardly painted. A lot of hard contrasts where I want them with the wash, and you can barely see me, can you? Ah well. You can see that I need to adjust the webcam a bit. Keep falling out. Well, good thing that these washes need to dry up, so let's get these done. And when they're drying, I'll fix up my webcam settings while the whole Bloodbeard family tunes in and give me some viewers. Appreciate it. Hope you can see what I'm doing. I can definitely see what I'm doing for once. Who knows, might end up tackling that Melnibonian. Ah well. Not tonight. So chat, are you mainly here to lurk, or are there some painting topics you want covered, or just want to chill out with me? If so, I might just need to... If you start with the wash on the same side of the face every time, they'll look like having an eye patch over the right eye. That's a good point, Leo. That's a very good point. Let's try doing like this. But usually when I... it's sort of a weird thing, now that you mention it. I always go for the left side of the face and then drag most of it out of the eye and into the other side of the face in order to circumvent the eye patch thing that you were talking about there. Sorry, there we go. Alright, let's get this webcam situation fixed. Hang on for the wobbly. Oops. Yeah, as good as it gets for now. Right. Well, while they're drying up, that went a lot faster than I thought. Let's just get in on some doggo action and get it painted. I need a good sized brush, a Leonhardi number 3. Superstar, I think. No, oh, this is a Rheinrodmander. I bought these for, I don't know, €2, €3. It's sort of a strange no brand. It is a brand, but they're cheap as chips, and their quality is thereafter. I'm looking for, there we go. So I figure German Shepherds are usually sort of a yellowish brown kind of fur. So I'm thinking this XV88, which my white balance won't pick up. It's not as brown as it looks here. I'll give it a try. I think it'll work just fine. So right now I'm just a quick base coat, and then I'll use some, maybe I'll use some shades, but I was thinking of using contrast paints to sort of give him the more German Shepherd look that he has. Yeah, this needs a wash anyway. So because the contrast paints dry up rather glossy, I was thinking that I should give him a wash before. Oh well, sorry, give him a wash after I've put on a lot of contrast paint. Just a matter of slathering on some paint and making sure it's not too thick. Get into all the nooks and crannies. Yeah, like I said, I'm not really, more of a craftsman painter than a artiste. I do enjoy watching the pros painting. I'm not really interested in emulating their style. I just want to get some painted models on the table, really. I don't really know why I'm painting these Fallout miniatures. I mean, I'm interested in trying out the solo play rules, but I'm fairly certain they won't be as great as I hope. Oh well. People keep saying that solo AI rules are really great, so I figured why not give them a test, seeing as it's getting harder and harder to get the opponents these days. So chat, is the equipment setup doing better, or you can see there's a bit of a wobble on the main cam. Hope that's not too annoying. I'm afraid there's not much I can do about it. Oh wait, it might be an idea to actually let you listen to this chill music that I'm listening to. So it was slightly in the background. I figured if you're a Dane, you might be going to sleep soon, and if you're stateside or in the UK, yeah, you wouldn't mind some sound when I'm agonizingly silent while trying to pick up the damn little details. There we go. Right. I think that's all of the details that you can see. No, didn't go well enough here. Damn it. There we go. There we go. Okay. There we go. That's the first coat done. Let's just thank you, Mercenary Muffin. I'm glad to hear that it's working out. Also, glad to have you aboard. Let's see. So, putting this away. My work desk right now is way too pristine. It looks too clean. I'm not entirely sure that it can be trusted. There's too little stuff bumping against my brushes whenever I move anything. Okay, let's get Nora on the run. Get her back on the show, if you will. Let's have a bit of a zoom on some of that base coating. There we go. So yeah, this is where we at. The blue is done, and I need to fix up some of the letters. Still debating which color to go for. I mean, I did debate also to highlight her. Oh, we need a pointy brush. Where's my pointy brush? There it is. Some small ridges here that I could highlight. Let's get a focus on it. There we go. There's some small ridges here that I had considered highlighting, but then again, they're black, and at this scale of detail, I don't think we'll make some comic book style quick contrasty highlights just to show that there's some faults there. And we also need that little computer screen. And there's also straps there. Okay. So, let's see. I've used a lot of browns on her and all the others, so I think maybe we need some beigey colors. Let's just go for Skeleton Bone from Army Painter, one of the finer standout colors in that range. And then I think we'll need one of the good brushes, not the work brushes. Just to show, because now I can actually show. See there? Right there. That's the skeleton horde, straight out of the bottle. Quick shake. And now the Winsor Newton, Series 7 Mark II. And let's see. You see that? It was actually Asker who... let's get some zoom in action. It was Asker from Bloodbeard's Garage Discord who told me that I really should pick up this color if I was going to paint with Army Painter paints, because it was one of the best, and I have to agree, it is indeed one of the best. Now, to make it a bit more interesting, I think I'll go for some mid-brown. No, we'll keep this as white as possible, so I think I'll just go for the light tone wash from Army Painter. And I am going to paint for half an hour as well. Oh, I'll answer your question in a second, W. Hang on. Oh, Jesus. Okay. Well, that kind of settled it. I need to find my miniature holder in a second. That was one bendy rifle all of a sudden. Okay, Bleob asked, do you try to circumvent the grainish, there we go, the grainish texture of using washes? I always have the same problem, as the skin is showing now, making me avoid washes, especially in lighter colors. And then he continued with, on the other hand, we're seeing her blown up at a giant monitor when in fact she's just a small mini. I do try to circumvent the garish nature. Oh, jeez. Hang on. No, it's fine. Second I thought I'd split the brush. No, I do try to circumvent it. Usually I add a bit of Lamia medium or... let me rephrase that. I used to add some medium of any sort. Really, Lamia medium from Games Workshop or Quick Shade, Wash Mixin medium, which is quite a mouthful from Army Painter, to sort of tone down the grain, but I found actually distilled water, and I just bought a couple of pots today, or bottles, of demineralized water. I'm not sure if it actually reads the... There we go. This is the wonder product, especially here in Denmark, where our water is usually pretty corky. Because it allows you to thin out your washes and thus alleviate some of the grain, but without breaking it down or without contaminating it with, well, minerals basically. So I can highly recommend it. It's 7 kroners, 8 kroners a bottle for 1 liter. And especially if you only use it for thinning down your washes, you'll get, well, it'll last you a lifetime. I started using it for everything now, just to make sure that my all of my painting isn't contaminated by weird minerals and stuff like that. And to follow up, yes, you're also seeing her blown up on a monitor. I mean, if you, let me just zoom out a bit, and then, because I can, hang on. See, this is more of the distance you would actually be looking at the miniature on. So, well, you don't really notice it, and these models are especially bad. So, yeah. Well, I like to give detailed answers. And I hope my English accent isn't too horrible, but as I said, I have a lot of English friends and German friends, and I like to also show them what I'm doing. So tonight's stream is going to be in English. Also, never hurts to actually practice your English every now and again. Right. So this is just a small lid from mixing cups for airbrushing. Had some spares lying around. I used them for washes. To sort of get in, especially for washes when I don't want them thinned out. Usually I put the washes over on my wet palette, but as I said, they have a tendency to then thin out, and sometimes I don't want that, especially here. Here I really want, didn't cover right there. Oh well, I just need some shadows anyway. Oh, okay, not that much. see if we can. There we go. All fixed. Now wait for that to dry and reapply the skeleton bone. Oh, and heads up, in roughly 24 minutes or so I'll have a quick break. Need coffee and a little cigarette, although I'm not really into talking about that because don't want to be a bad influence. Okay, well, while it's just drying, let's have a look at the pooch. Yeah. Right, for that I'll need some silicon gray. Give it a proper shake, because it has a tendency to, what's the camera? Has a tendency to pool the pigments at the bottom, as you can see. So when this happens, give them a real proper shake. Oh, and add an agitator, a glass ball or ball bearing, whatever you have, really. A bit of ASMR action here. I can see we already have a first bot hanging out. That's fine. As long as they don't spam, I don't mind. Right. So, I'm just running off instinct here. Can't really recall how German Shepherds really look, but I'm thinking a bit of the basilicum gray, at least, let's say here. That seems like a good spot. Now, my idea was to sort of draw it out and let it pool out here, but I think, I think either I'll need 2 coats or switch to the gray. This doesn't really look right. Sorry, not the gray, the black. Yeah, I think we'll switch to the black. Although it's pretty overpowering. Hang on, let me think about this. Nah, we'll just apply more coats. Sort of a dabbing motion. Just splotching it on. Then I think I'll just go for the 2 coats I was talking about and then wash it afterwards. Because this wasn't really quite the look I was going for, but here we are. That's what happens when you just run fast and loose. Trying to impress people with your knowledge. Again, then leave the... Go. I'm guessing that's hubris for you. Okay. Let's see. I think maybe I should let this dry and rethink my plans. Doesn't really look right, does it? Poor little doggo. Poor dog meat. You deserve better than this. Try that again, shall we? Let's dab it on, like so. I think it's starting to work like I wanted it to work now. Yeah, that's looking a little bit better. You know, I don't have a faintest idea how a German Shepherd's fur markings actually looks. Just occurs to me. It's just going off memory, but apparently my memory is a bit of a blur in this regard. Oh well, nothing like making an ass of yourself on the internet. Everybody loves that. We'll just smother it a bit and see if we can save it with some dry brushing later. Yeah, I think some dry brushing is going to help a lot. Yeah. This really wasn't the look I was going for at all. I'm just randomly sort of trying to make some more naturalistic looking first spots, but seems like all I'm ending up doing is just making him look like a tiger at this point. Yeah, I think we'll just let this dry up and see if it looks any better when it's dry. Need a check here. Alrighty. Sorry. Oh well. Well, that was a bit of a fiasco. I think I'll just have a quick Google and see how does a German Shepherd actually look like. Because I have a feeling that I'm on the right track, but I'm sorry if the becomes a bit choppy now. Oh, that's the problem. Yeah, don't think I can show you, but I basically ended up kind of reversing it. So the reason why it looked wrong was because this shouldn't be gray. This is fine. They're gray usually sort of here around the midriff, and then like I was doing at the end of the tail, but it's only at the very tippy end. So when this dries, I'll reapply, try again, because I think the basic idea of using the gray contrast here actually paid off. Well, lesson learned, people. Google before you paint, especially if you're painting for something to look like you want it to. Well, you got the drift. Yeah, pretty close, yeah. Right, let's get back to Nora. I think it's dry now, because I really want to. I've sort of set a goal to finish up at least one miniature per stream. Well, exception of those 10 in the background there. Let's see, what do we need? Did I wash her? Yeah, I did. Okay. Well, she's almost done actually. So what I need now is to paint up the screen here. Oh, let's make it so you can also see what's going on. There we go. So this screen here needs to be painted, and the white balance is totally off cue right now. There we go. So I need to paint the screen, and for that purpose we'll pick up, Caliban green. Bonus stream, I love it. It's a triple bonus at this point, Nikolai. Welcome aboard. And tonight, because I'm running it as late as I am, I figured better to switch to English and actually give some English viewers something to see. I need the right. Oh, sorry. Reorganized everything. So how do you like the new setup then, Nikolai? Seeing as you've been well, you've basically been here every night. I've been switching up some stuff, bought a better holder so I can see what I'm doing and you can see as well. Okay, now normally people would do this a bit differently, where they just apply it at the very top. However, I'm going to wash it with a dark green, and then reapply a highlight afterwards. I don't know, it's old habit. It looks the same, not as fine, but basically the same. I completely reversed the process. The Caliban green, followed by mood green, and then the wash. I like the camera a lot better now. Thank you. Yeah, I think it's a lot better as well. I can actually see what I'm doing. So for that reason alone, and I can also, because you've been watching, you're like, look at this. The zoom, it's not choppy. It's elegant. It just goes, and I can push the focus button. Oh, I'm living the dream, man. Living the dream. Oh, and I can't bump into it either. I know, right? Smooth as silk. Right. So now the mood green, and now I need an even the teeny tiniest brush I have. I rarely use it because I don't really like the Series 7 miniature, because the ferrule. No, the body of the brush is too small, so it doesn't really hold in liquid. So I really, don't care for it. But for this very purpose, it's perfect. So that's it. Let's get some mood green. There we go. And make sure we don't overload the brush and get this pot out of the way, because I'll need the space. Right. So as I said, I just turn your miniature to the desired angle, and then don't mess this up in front of all who's watching. There we go. See, I'm not drawing a small thin line, just blotting it in. Then quick wrench of the brush, and then see if I can just it's technically a feathering, but not really, because I'm not going so full tilt on it. There we go. So now all it needs is a bit of green wash. Let's tone it right down and let gravity work. It's magic. And green wash is over on the table. 2 seconds. Yeah. Real-time green. Whoops, there we go. I love how it upgrades every day. Yeah, me too, Nikolai. Although at this point I think this is it. I can't really do anything else except buy a hugely expensive camera, which I don't have the money for. I guess this would be the point for sort of subscriber drive and please donate and all that, but yeah, I'm not really. It's not what I'm doing these streams for. I just want to share my love of this wonderful hobby. Right, let's get the. Oh, whoops! Sorry about that. Still learning the ropes. There we go. Right. And now I need my teeny tiny wash brush. There we go. Synthetics. Always use synthetics. Oh well, I do for all my washing purposes. Because I've said a lot of times, it just helps. Well, the cheapest chips, and it'll help you in the long run. Because for some, not quite sure why, but washes just flow off synthetic brushes a lot smoother, and if they're destroyed by the wash, which they will eventually, they were cheap. And also, furthermore, because it is a wash brush, you don't really need it to have a fine point. It's okay to have a fine point, but you don't really need it. You go there. All right. Well, seeing as it's a small area drying, if you wanted to, you could also add some gloss varnish there, or use some of these, the clear paints from Citadel Air. They're really great for terminal screens. I used them on some board gamey terrain some time ago. And they have a nice sheen, natural sheen to them, so you don't need to re-establish with varnish. Right. Well, I think basically Nora's at the highlight stage. The blue and yellow I did yesterday off stream. So let's see how to go about it. I mean, Nora's hair was Gorgrunter fur. The contrast paint is a reddish brown contrast paint, just over the naked gray primer, and I'm considering how to go about it. I think actually just a quick dry brush would make her complete. Now I just need to figure out which reddish brown to use. Montfang? Nah, too yellow. Sorry folks, need a bit of think. Well, while I'm thinking, we'll return to that. While I'm thinking, let's get that strap on her rifle finished up. It's just a reapplication of the skeleton horde, leaving in the shadows. There, you see? Nothing special, nothing fancy, just works. And if you really wanted to, you could just further highlight it, but one, and I rarely do, and two, it usually looks just as fine on the tabletop. One of the funny things about streaming I found, sort of starting stream, is now I got actual timer running on how long I take to paint stuff. So for instance, the militia that I paint every Thursday, 10 guys for 4 colors and some washes took me 2 hours while also chit-chatting. So actual painting time would be more like, I don't know, 1.5 hours, I think. Which then led me to realize that I use a lot of time faffing about when I'm painting. Because so in essence, the stream actually helped me stay focused. Well, except now I'm back to square one, because now I need to figure out some highlight colors, because I don't want her hair color to clash with the letters, nor do I want it to clash with the rifle, which it's currently doing. So chat, if you have any suggestions, I'm pretty sure I got it, but let me know. What color should I highlight her hair with to keep it sort of the brunette look that she has going? It's not really a brunette, but it's brown. Brown brunette. I don't know the difference really. Meanwhile though, I think we'll go with some Mornfang brown. Yeah, some Mornfang brown for her rifle. It's a, well, it has a slight reddish tinge to it, but I'm still working on an easy wood color, but I figured the rifle looks kind of new-ish. So some a more fresh tone of wood. Wouldn't. Ugh, that was tough to say. Wouldn't be out of place. And again, I'm also painting for effect. So right now I'm just concentrating on the edges and then leave a bit of a gap here, if you can see it. I hope you can see it. It's not really an edge highlight as such, but it's pretty close. There we go. See? Now I might just apply further highlight to this, because I find that wood is one of the... Some painters, I guess all painters, we have something that we don't really quite gel with. For me it's wood. I can never paint anything to have a satisfying wood look to it. Sorry, just checking if I'm still live. I am. Good. How about mixing the ground color of her hair with either white, light gray for a more cold highlight, or light brown for a warmer one, and then lightly dry brush it? I could... sorry, that's Nikolai suggesting for the hair color. I could do that, except I don't really know yet how to mix up colors using contrast colors, because they're basically a wash. But yeah, I could try that. The thing is though, her the contrast had a really heavy reddish tone, so when you use it over the whites, or the Corex white, or whatever they call the primers, it turns out really red. And I'm not really looking for that much of a red tone to her. Right. Anyway, as I was saying, now to finish off a rifle for a bit, I just need a bit, very teensy tiny amount of scrag brown, which is yeah, this orangey brown. You're out of ideas because it's contrast. Yeah, me too, man. I have no idea. Still working out if I like those paints or not. I'm leaning towards liking them, but for very specific tasks. But then again, I have a buddy. He swears by them. I mean, he's actually getting stuff painted because he's using contrast. Known him for 10 years or so, and all that time he barely ever painted anything. Now he's painting everything instead. Look. So here I'm just adding ever so slight touches of this scrag brown to sort of add a bit of definition to the rifle. Not really working out because the details are a bit soft, but just, just to make it visually pop a bit more. There we go. Right. And then take off some excess from my brush and then run a bit of an edge highlight. I'm just angling my brush so it'll only hit the corner. Or no, sorry, not the corner, the edge of the rifle butt here. There we go. See? Oh, just need a bit of here. Sorry, I missed that spot. There we go. Oh no, my easy listening music stopped. Well, I guess that's a sign for me to get out and get some more coffee. I'll have a quick break because now I'm almost at an hour. So, guys, I'll be back in. Give a single color stripe in her hair, then red or something like that. I'll consider it, Leo. I'll consider it. I'm just sort of like Rogue from X-Men. Is that what you're sort of thinking of, or? Yeah, I could see that. I could see that work. I can see it work. I'll think about it. Anyway, as I was saying, people, I just need a quick break, so I'll be right back. Alright, back again, and let's get transitioned, and let's find me some music. Yeah, fine. Just go for the chill, fits the mood. And it's copyright free, so if you want some chill tunes while I'm painting, just let me know. I'll add it to the stream. Right, let's see. Where were we? I'm still undecided on that hair. I think maybe. Nah, it's a bit too light for what I want. Huh. All these colors and none of them really fit what I want. Well, there's of course this old gem, Gotha Brown. It's very cool, so it will have a completely different tone to the rest of the browns. Let's just finish up our skin and then we can get back on. Oops. Can keep coloring the finer details of painting a brunette. So I'm using Army Painter's Barbarian Flesh. Bit of a shake with the agitator in, so it's really noisy. Sorry about that. And I did try moving the microphone around a bit to eliminate most of Katrina's sneezes and computer sounds and whatnot. Oh, Jesus. Oh, fine. Nearly dropped my brush there. So chat, are any of you working on something? I'm guessing Nikolai, you're still beavering away on your Chaos Army? Or are you taking a break tonight? Ah, Jesus. I missed this. Okay. I don't think the contrast is sharp enough. Is it? No, it isn't. I intended to, but then you started streaming, so now you're watching me paint instead of actually painting yourself. So I'm painting by proxy for you. Is that it? Assad's painting. Now there's something I could earn a buck on. I think I need Cadian Flesh Tone instead. It's a bit lighter, a bit more. Oh, you just started. Oh, cool. Good man, Nikolai. And no, they're not. I'm happy to motivate you. No, that's the same tone. Damn you, Bubble. You cheated me. Okay. New plan. We'll take the Barren Flesh and then I'll just add a bit of cobalt to it. See if I can hit a sort of tone that I want. The problem is that the Army Painter Flesh Wash was a bit too light for my taste. So now I need to up the contrast to make it all work on the playing area, on play tabletop. So there we go. See if we can get this mixed up nicely and get a lighter tone. To me, that's really one of the. I really wish that Army Painter would make a lighter skin tone for the Barbarian Flesh. There we go. See? I hope you can see. Much sharper contrast now. Let's just hit the higher spots and fade it down a bit. Sorry, I'm concentrating because the details are so soft here. There we go. Yeah, this is so soft. It looks horrible this close. And, well, it's not really anything I can do. I mean, well, there were things I could have done, but chose not to. Like buy the more expensive resin version of these miniatures instead to get some better definition. Still eagerly awaiting a chance to... Oh, sorry, I was completely off cam there. To get the resin models for Fallout ready to see if there's any difference really. I hope so. Right, back to the painting desk. So I finished up her skin. It's not overly beautiful, but it is what it is. But lesson learned, I'm now going to give other two scavengers a new additional shade of the flesh wash. Oh, no, that's not the one. That's one. Because I felt like there weren't enough contrasts applied. And now I'll most likely end up making it too contrasty. But we'll see. Right. Oops. Oops. And then take away some of the excess of the brush and then just move it around a bit and leave a big dollop there in the eyes to give it a bigger contrast. Because at this scale, the miniatures in, I'm not bothering painting eyes. I rarely am. I only do it when the model is large enough, like Greater Demon of Sheensh or some scale model kits or what have you. But most of my 28mm and below models never ever get an eye. It's basically they're all blind. I'm a bit confused though. The chat says there's some 10, 11 users in here right now, but my viewer count is only 5. I wonder, one of them are lying. I wonder who. I think after this wash, for the next guy here, I am going to make that cross that I was, the little dot to remind me of where my focus is with the camera. So I can paint easier without having to look up all the time. And allow you fine folks out there to actually see what I'm doing. I don't know for how long I'm going to stream, by the way. I'm thinking at least 2 hours or something more. Because this setup really works for me. Hope it works for you too, out there. Man, these details, so soft. Ark. Well, anyway. So, chat. Whoever's active out there. What color should the dot be? I need a quick little dot on my painted surface here. Right about, yeah. Yep, right around here. I'm thinking red. It's a good color. Easily spotted. Purple. Yeah, why not? Let's get some purple action going. So for that purpose, heavy violet. My preferred violet color. Quick dab. And to mark the occasion, let's find a spot again where I can sit. There, that should be center frame. So, here, right? There. All right, you're witnessing a great step for this channel. The purple dot of focus. Oh dear. Not enough paint on the brush. Now it might look off-center to you, but it should just keep me reminded that I need to hold my hand there. And it works. So congratulations, Nikolai. You've now christened my little stream with an off-center mark to help me stay in center. All right, back to our fair lady who still needs some bloody hair color, and I'm still contemplating. I deserve it after all those chaos wars. Oh yes, oh yes, you totally do. Aren't your chaos colors are primarily purple, right, Nikolai? Kind of fitting. Maybe at some point, maybe later, I'll add a little chaos star there. Now, sorry, I need to pick up some paints from the drawer of unused paints. Bit of red. I have so many paints. I really need to clean out one day, but I just can't bring myself to do it. There's not any of these. No. Certainly hope new viewers will stick around for just a few moments longer as I contemplate. You know what? We'll just go with the Gotha brown. I was about to suggest making a corn symbol there or something, but mainly they're blue and red, so kind of yeah. Yeah. It might grow. It's early beginnings. And now there's the purple dot. The marker dot. Yeah, let's just go for the Gotha brown. So we'll go for this for her hair. I'm really out of ideas for her. But it's a different shade, or rather, it's a different tone. All of her other browns. Yeah. And it's working. Love it. Alright, as there's really not much anyway of hair texture, I basically just paint some in like so. Then I'll just leave some recessed shading here and there. I think it's the best way forward with these is just to sort of hit in the vicinity, really. Oh, Jesus. Oh, got off the mark. There we go. Yeah, this new angle is a bit more overhead than, so I'm basically doing my most out as painters, but I just found that after a couple of days of doing this that I really couldn't, I wouldn't call it headache as such, but I had to concentrate so much in order to see what I was doing, because I had to do it at a weird angle than I usually paint. This allows me to go into more of the natural, well, to an extent. Normally I would scrunch up more and draw the miniature a lot closer to me, but to do that you can't see anything. Hello, Steel Dragon. Nice of you to pop by. And as you can hear, it's in English this time around. To an extent, especially for you. So you had something to listen to while I paint. Or while you're sculpting, if you're doing any hobby related stuff this evening. Oh, and by the by, Steel Dragon, I'm going to paint up some void miniatures in November, because a friend of mine all of a sudden wanted to play void again after 20 years of it not really being a thing. He suddenly decided to make it a thing again, so now here we are. I'm gearing up to paint some Viridians, maybe some Junkers. Get some of those lovely, white, is it? Hassle-free. After I finish all this paperwork, so they pay me the classes I did in September. Okay, fair point. That might be a very good idea to get finished. There we go. That's fine. That's a good brown hair color. Not exactly what I was after, but close enough. And again, instead of fussing over every bit itty bitty detail in these miniatures, I really just want to get them done. They're not really inspiring and all that poor quality. I really want to go back to my Corallon. Oh yeah, my buddy Torbjörn, he's painting up Corallon. They're really cool. Was that Kev as well, who sculpted those? Do you remember? It's Kev White, isn't it? From Hassle-Free. One of the best sculptures on the earth, by the way. Roy Eastland sculpted the Corallon according to Steel Dragon. Yeah, Steve Sadler, he was attached later on in the process, right? Sort of, what? Just before they collapsed, basically? Okay, let's see. So some of the leather needs to be darker, some of it needs to be brighter, and that in mind. Yes, it's amazing how much Salah improved in these 20 years. Yes, I remember when he first came onto the scene. People were not kind to him, so I think he learned quick. But yeah, he's really improved. I'm just considering which leather color to go for. I think maybe this fur brown. Oh. Nah, it's too light. It's not really the tone I was after. I think we need something like well, let's get the dark flesh tone back in action. Start with. Oh, and Nikolai, are we going to have a marauder count tonight, or are you just idly painting along? And on the subject of batch painting, I recently found out that 10 models at a time, that's my absolute maximum. I have no idea why exactly 10, but just this. 56 to go. Well, challenge accepted. I'll stay here as long as I can, as long as you can. Let's get some miniatures done. How about that, Nikolai? Although I might need to find some other music, because these birds chirping, new agey kind of music, while de-stressing me, is also making me rather sleepy. That's not the point. But I got 10 of them from Raging Heroes, the female barbarians, which look way better than those dreadful standard ones, so they're kind of nicer to paint. Ah, cool. Yeah, the old Marauders are, well, it's a sculpt. Let's just put it like that. They're serviceable, but I'm really surprised that they didn't update them when they had a chance recently. So right now I'm just applying some dark flesh tone from Vallejo. I hope I pronounced that correctly, Andres. And then leave a bit in the recess to give a bit of a complementary color, because red opposes blue, and because this has a reddish tone, I was sort of hoping that, you know, a bit, just to show that I know a bit of color theory. I might not use it, but I know of it. Okay, shin guards. How in the world are we going to highlight these? Oh, I think like this, and then like this. Ah, crap. Whatever. Let's just keep rocking. Yeah. I think. Oh well. The details were too fine for me right now, so I missed some spots, but I'll work out. Bro, look into the camera more with those beautiful eyes. All for you, Magnus. And welcome to it. welcome to the stream. One of my oldest friends. And he doesn't really know how to be appropriate in public, apparently. It's fine. Yeah, sorry for a bit of quietness right now. I just need to concentrate on two things at once. Letting you see what I'm doing and actually doing it. It's surprisingly hard painting on a stream. There we go. So my idea here is that these get the reddish brown that I just used, and then I might just leave the other straps just as is. Well, it's hard to resist your charms. Thank you. Although this is, let me just remind everybody, while this is not targeted for kids, it is still a PG-13 rated show. Just saying. I missed. Don't you just hate that when you rinse out your brush, ready to next step, and then you, oh right. Yeah, I had that feeling right now because I spotted some armor plates here. And again, because the details are so soft and small, I'm just sort of eyeballing where I think there should be a shadow. It looks like, sort of like that. I don't know if you can see it on the cam. It is some sort of segmented leather armor. But the details are soft and fine, and I can't really see where the shadow should be. Think around there, and there. And that rifle keeps on bending. It bends to the will of the Minotaur. Oh. God, I hate PVC so much. Are those $4 models PVC? Oh yes, it is. And thank you for the follow, Magnus. You're too kind. Really appreciate it though. Not to go on any sort of a begging stream, but to get affiliated on Twitch, I need 50 followers. I'm hoping to get that, but I wanted to be more of a natural growth thing, and not because I force people to subscribe to my stuff just because. But yeah, they're PVC, and because you've joined later on, Anders, let me just show you. And you see, this is okay, right? You can see a bit of a green, but it's fine. I hate PVC. Look at this, because I didn't spray them properly, and I have this huge neon green shadow on this model, and that's not what a shadow is supposed to be. It's not supposed to be overly green. Oh well, we'll get to that bridge when we cross it. Doggo Cam, he's back, and it doesn't look quite right, but we'll fix him. He'll be better. But let's finish up Nora. Let's get her out of the way. So basically what I need right now is not much. I just need some highlighting on the belt. And I think we'll go for... Let's try this one. P3 bootstrap leather. It's very light, and I'll just use it sparingly to get pop some highlights some here and there. It's an old broken bottle. I really prefer. I must say, I actually prefer Games Workshop's new bottle design over, but it's over these instead of this design. This design really sucks. Right, I need to get this out of me. So my thinking here, because this is much lighter, is to, instead of highlighting everything, just give the edges a bit of a highlight like this. Like this. So it looks a bit more worn. Like so. Like so. Like so, see? I hope you can see it. It's just to sort of differentiate, so it looks a lot more worn out. Because I figured that she would maintain her armor a lot more than her pouches and belts. So that's, oh Jesus, a big old splotch. No worries, we'll fix that. Like so. Like so, like, yeah. Then like this, and this there. It's not perfect, but I think we'll just tone it down with a wash, and then I'll get the look that I'm after. There we go. Just apply a bit here. There, I have no idea. I'm thinking it's small pouches, but I really don't know what it is in there. So what are you saying there? Have you tried the game? It's similar to Elder Scrolls. I think I haven't tried it yet. I've seen some battle reports, and because, as you may guess, the reason I'm painting them up right now is because I want to try out the game at some point. But I was really discouraged by all the weird dice and all the tokens and whatnot. Felt more like a Fantasy Flight game. So I can't really compare it to Elder Scrolls. I looked at that game, and well, had sort of the same feeling, sort of same vibe as. Oh, that's the wrong color. Oh, I'm all over the place with this color. Anyway, it had sort of the same vibe as Fallout Wasteland Warfare. So no, I didn't really pick up on it. And to be frank, although I do enjoy playing Elder Scrolls Online every now and again, I'm not as invested in the Elder Scroll universe as I am in the Fallout universe. Right, and then oh, 9 viewers, Jesus. Hello everyone. A lot of lurkers. You're all welcome. I enjoy the company, and hopefully I can teach you a thing or two. At the very least, I can teach you not to panic. If you mess things up, you can always fix them again. And if you can't fix them, just live with them. It's all about setting your own hobby standard, really. Because I've seen a lot of people anguish over not being able to paint like the big pros. It's not really the point. It's a hobby. Point of any hobby is just to enjoy yourself. And while I do paint to a higher standard than I used to, I still just paint to get the models on the table, really. But it's a sort of a. It's like when you move out. You move out of your room with your parents, and then you get a one room apartment or similar. And then you can't go back. Well, you can, but it doesn't feel right going back. And then you upgrade to a 2-room apartment, and then you can't go back to 1-room apartment because it doesn't feel right. So it has been sort of the same journey for me with regards to painting, because I used to just base color and wash and get done. Then I started highlighting. And now I really can't go back anymore. Funny how that works. See, Skyrim, Fallout 4 somewhat similar, but Fallout 79 is more survival and has no quest NPCs, I believe. Wife is a fan of Fallout. Oh, that was Magnus. Yeah, Fallout 79 it's just a joke. It doesn't work. It's a poor game. I mean, if people enjoy it, be my guest. But it's just so weird that there are no NPCs to interact with, even in an MMO. It's just scattered notebooks you pick up and then they give you a quest. It's weird. Wife is a fan of Fallout. I do prefer Elder Scrolls. Guess I prefer to solve things with an axe. I guess you and Magnus have a lot of things in common then. Right, I need some Agrax shade. Because now I want to tone down the browns that I just highlighted and make them even darker. Oh, and by the way, Katrina picked this up for me. Sorry, you couldn't see what I'm doing. This mat is made of cork, and it's one of the best painting mats I've ever had in my life. Fully recommended. Can be purchased in IKEA, costs next to nothing, because it has a sort of a natural slip resistance to these bottles, which everybody hates. Of course, if I knock it, it will fall over. Don't get me wrong. But it's also quite nice and soft for your arms, especially when you're painting very long, like I am these days. It's nice to have something to lean your hands on. So, with that little hopeful influence endorsement out of the way, let's get back into establishing some more shadow and darkness to this. And then that's basically it, I think. I think she's pretty much done at that point. Oh, that went super fast. I'll read you. I can see you've been chatting. I'll read it in just a second while she's drying. Just need to put in the good work, if you will. Alrighty then. There we go. And just a bit more there. Now, Agrax Osade is a pretty thin brown wash, and that's perfect for my intended look here, because I just wanted it to sort of tone down. Oh Jesus, that was almost gave me a heart attack. Hello Amelia Kills, welcome aboard. That was quite loud. But thanks a bunch for the follow, really appreciate it. And here we go. Yep. Right, let's let her dry and see what chat's about. Yo, if you want to get to know other streamers, want to blah blah blah. Alright, Emilia Kills, thank you for the unsolicited commercial. Really appreciate it. Most likely you're not even watching this, so thank you. I'll just take your follow and keep going. Anyway, I did not know there was a Fallout miniatures game though. Yeah, well, I bought it some time ago, Magnus. And I was really hyped for it before I bought it. Then I bought it, and because the miniatures were not really what I was expecting, I completely, it just fell off my radar for quite some time. It's been, I think it's almost a year ago now. I bought it, some close to a year anyway. But we could totally give it a whirl someday. I like the one you're painting right now. Oh, Nora? Yeah, it's the The lone survivor. I think, yeah, I think it's a decent result all in all. She's almost done. Now, chat. Let's get some interactiveness going, some engagement, because all the Twitch manual says I need to do that. While she's drawing, who are we going to paint? Who's next? The red guy or the trench coat guy? Come on, people. Red guy, trench coat guy. Biggest gun guy. It is biggest gun guy time. Alright, thank you. So, I don't know, you can barely see it. Might help if I lean. Oh, Jesus, that's the wrong angle. There we go. Lean the camera closer in. Now, you might be able to see. That's actually blue. The dog is in there too, but I'm not convinced that it's dry yet. So we'll wait a bit. But I've been busily just painting him up. Now I'm thinking of giving him some sort of white gray hair, blue gray, something like that. And then he has a shirt in there. The shirt is basically invisible to the eye. And then he has some combat boots. So it's not much. I don't need much. Yeah, he does. He does look like Christopher Lambert. So what color Christopher Lambert? He's brown hair, right? Yeah. Nora's brown hair. I think maybe we'll go for the Christopher Lambert in Mortal Kombat kind of look. So white hair. Also make him stand out more on the battlefield. Did I mess up the setting? I did. Oh no. I ruined everything. There we go. I was hoping you'd say that. What, that I went for the Mortal Kombat? I really wish I had a soundboard so we could have a bit of the intro going right now. Is it showing up okay out there? Now it's all wobbly. Stop doing that. Okay. Did some of the miniatures come pre-painted? None of them. The closest thing you got to pre-painted is that these were in this sort of color plastic, gray plastic. And then some of the enemies were in this hideous neon green plastic magnets. So that's the extent of the painting. And I think it's sort of a halfway thing. They sort of went for the board gamer crowd by doing this. But it's really a much more miniature, sort of wargaming orientated game. So it's sort of not a fowl or fish. It's just in the middle. Yeah, the Mortal Kombat movie is pretty fucking great. Been ages since I've seen it. Did I get everything except the spam bot? But hey, a follow is a follow. Yeah, they've released STLs of the terrain. The soundtrack was amazing. Oh yes, Steel Dragon. They've released STLs for the terrain at the very least. I don't know how far they've come with the miniatures yet. Right. I'm just talking to avoid getting some paint on him. Let's go with the heavy blue-gray. Another fine color from Vallejo. Extra opaque for more opaqueness. Then I think we'll build it up to, let's see, ghost gray maybe. And then white. Oh, another follow. Hello, Joyce. 2980. Welcome aboard. We're just painting up some miniatures for Fallout Wasteland Warfare. You can hang out and enjoy, chill. the very least I'm happy that the spam bots I've seen so far on Twitch, usually you only post a single message and then they stop. So right now I'm just establishing the first layer for his white hair, starting out with the heavy blue-gray, and then build it up from there. And I'm thinking for some shading we'll use some, maybe the Apothecary white contrast, or a very subtle shading of blue tone from Army Painter. We'll see when we get there. White is one of the worst colors in the world to paint, not because, yeah, I mean, it's easy to get a white to lay flat on a model, but the shading and actually making it visually interesting, I find that to be one of the hardest things in the world. So let's try this recipe out for a change. Glad to hear it, Joyce. Sorry, it's just found some. It was just a spam bot by earlier. So welcome aboard. Maybe he's Lambert from Highlander 2. Oh yeah, that might actually. I think that's what they based it on. Wasn't he also white-haired? So Joyce, are you into miniature painting as well, or just stopping by because of Fallout? Sorry, I need to. Yeah, I need to paint in some weird angles, so sorry, chat, if you can't really see what I'm doing. There we go. Played a lot of 40k back in the days. Oh, cool. What you sort of getting back into the hobby, or just checking out what's happening? Oh, and chat, let me know if you want some chill music going on in the background, or prefer not to have any. That's fine with me. I'm just listening to some relaxing tunes still, because I might get a bit silent every now and again. It's some of this really requires some concentration on my part. Just considering it, but painting another full guard army. Need to catch up on painting again then. Yeah, a full guard army might also be a bit hard as a starting project. Maybe settle for something a bit smaller, like, I don't know, Custodes or something. Some small elite army. Well, it depends. I mean, if you really like painting tanks, I guess you could paint up a guard army relatively fast. I hope if you won't playing music, get the copyright bots after you. Well, Magnus, I'm using copyright-free music, and I'm actually listening to it myself, checking it out whether it's worth adding. I think it's fine. Some calming music from the YouTube library. I think that's okay. As far as I can see, in regards to the rights, there weren't any. As long as I didn't redistribute or sell or earn money on the music on its own, it should be fine. But yeah, George, I was also saying, I'm more of a craftsman painter, so I'm more into the easygoing tips to make something look fine on the tabletop. So I'm not really here to show off my mad skills as such. I just want to paint, want to talk a bit, maybe answer a few questions if you have any. I think I'm sort of the intermediary step for miniature painting. Bit more than just a base color, but slightly below object source lighting and non-metallic metals and what have you. Steel Dragon says, I have some of the old metal Necromunda models, mostly Escher and Hyde guns. Probably will see in what condition they are to use them with fabric. Yeah, I'm totally looking forward to it. Otherwise, I can tell you that there's another game coming, where you can definitely use them. Just saying, wink, wink. Right, that was all of the blue-gray out of the way. Let's see. Also have some space rats from Mantic to use as the evil guys. Yeah, I'm really looking forward to seeing what he's coming up with. Good, Joe. It sounded cool, but also I found that it was kind of vague. So we'll see. I need to shade, and I think we'll do what I was talking about. So recently I've started using distilled water, and man, these are getting dirty. Sorry, not distilled water, demineralized water for finning, because I found that some of Army Painter's shades are a bit, well, they react poorly to the tap water in my area. So now I've started buying the distilled, and I've also found that when you mix up when you thin out the blue tone, the purple tone, and so on, the tones from Army Painter, they tend to go glossy. So today, because I don't want his hair to be overly glossy, I'm going to attempt to mix in some medium, some tone, and then some distilled water to get a very light blue tone for his hair. Okay. The reason being, I want something to darken in between the strands of hair that are sculpted on him, but not overly saturate the area so that it turns blue. So with that in mind, we're going to add 1 drop of blue tone, and I should really have prepared the other part, but here we go. And then some quick shave wash mixing medium. Again, 1 part. And now, because the quick shade, the mixing medium will turn it into sort of a, as you can see, it's not clear anymore. It's sort of a milky substance, and I don't really trust it. But also this is still a bit too heavy for my taste. So the final ingredient in this little cocktail, a single drop from a very masculine container, there we go, of demineralized water. And then stir it up again. Now, my hope is, first of all, that I'll get something with just a hint of blue, and that's perfect. And I'm going to let it dry a bit, because I noticed that it was a bit it turned out a bit too light for my taste. So this is not really where I was going for. But here, I'm just going to quickly add some ghost gray to his hair. Let's just go there on the palette. You can barely see it, but I'm telling you, I'm doing what I'm saying I do. Right. Just splash, splash, splash. Get in on the action. Right. Because I already established a good base, light base color, this should go over just fine, and it does. So, oh, sorry about the noise. I live out to quite a traffic road. That's why I don't stream daytime, in the Danish daytime, because you wouldn't be able to hear a thing. And I will return to you, chat. I just need to do this quickly before everything dries up. Ah, crap, I forgot about this. There we go. Now, of course, normally I would strongly recommend that you paint the hair that goes gray first and then apply the mixture I just made. But I got so eager that I forgot the process. There we go. Okay, let's get this going. I am enjoying the setup, by the way. I can paint and you can actually see what I'm doing this time around. And it's not a hassle to me to show what I'm doing. However, I think I need more light, actually. Or rather, I need some light to offset the shadow of my hands every now and again. But as I said earlier, I'm already way in deep on this stream, buying all manner of stuff. Especially since I'm not really intending to make a career out of it. If it happens, it happens. But right, and now I'm just going over it again for a secondary application of the color to just reinforce it so that it covers as much as possible of the previous coat, and then make sure the paint isn't too wet. It's sort of you get used to it. It's basically to hit the sweet spot between having wet enough paint that it easily flows off your bristles, but not so wet that it goes everywhere and obscures detail. And Nikolai, I know you're out there. What's your current status? We need the Marauder countdown. Alright, Steel Dragon. I can't commit to army games anymore. Oathmark is as far as I can go. Yeah, you know the feeling, especially in 28mm. I was going 15mm for a good time for army games, but I found it very difficult to find players to play with, so unless I build both armies, I don't get to play 15mm. Sad but true. Right. Before we take the Marauder count, let's get this wash on Mr. Lambert. Now this is very subtle. Maybe too subtle, but we'll work with it. My hope is I don't need to highlight this again, unless perhaps with a few stripes of stark white. Let's see how it looks when it dries. That's why I dislike the medium that Army Painter uses for the quick shades, because it's milky. So it feels like you don't have any idea on what's going to happen with the shade once you're done applying it. But I think if it keeps this color, and I doubt it because I know them, but if it keeps it roughly this color, oh sorry, I'd say I just made a pretty perfect white on this model. Right, there we go. Let them dry up, and let's see. Once I'm done with this, I'll start a Son of Behemoth with 10 giants and mod them all so they look like Gorgs from the Fraggles, and it'll be glorious. Oh yes, that will be awesome. I'm really looking forward to that, man. Oh. Sorry about that. Right. Well, and a quick tip to all the newer painters out there. Because this wash has been thinned, it'll take longer to dry. But you can see it has only placed itself in the recesses and left absolutely nothing on the highlights. Although, that said, just spotted, needed a bit more definition there. There we go. So it keeps there. Now this is white. This is really stark white. Come on, stay up there. Stay up there. Come on. There we go. And there we go. All right. And I'm in 2 hours and I'm considering a short break. There's a bladder slowly filling. And I think also a cigarette that needs to be smoked. So chat, what should I pin when I get back? Because I don't think he'll be able to dry during the break. So we have Red Scavenger Man, Pedestrian, the boring one. And I hesitate to pull him out. But Doggo, good old dog meat. Okay, Magnus, you win. Dog meat it is. But with that said, I am going to have a quick break for 5 minutes. So see you in a bit. Alrighty. Back once again. Hi, sorry. Wrong transition. Whoops. There we go. Now, Steel Dragon, you said that I could always leave them on the lamp. I could, but I dare not change too much with the layout right now. And also, I don't think... Yeah, in Denmark we've been forced to have LED lights, and they don't give off as much heat as halogen or, well, older light bulbs. Usually when I'm in a hurry, I pop them over on the radiator, especially in the winter. Right. So having looked at, and let's just make sure, hang on, I need to double check. All right. So German Shepherds have some coloration, not as much as I gave it here. So what I need to do now is to get that XV88 going again. That's over here. This color. And paint over where I overly contrasted, and then I need to reapply some contrast here and there. So first off, and for this I'm going to use my trusty Winsor Newton number 2. Then it's just a matter of coloring over those spots that I messed up earlier. Now this will require a couple of coats, but as you can see, it doesn't really do much in regards to obscuring the details. I mean, it does a lot for actually making dog meat look like a shepherd again. Just now the trick is, of course, to have thin coats, as I'm pretty sure most of the internet knows at this point. So while you need a good amount to cover up this gray wash, the dark wash that I gave him, it's better to go over it a couple of times rather than just one thick coat. So Andres, what's the time over in Chile? I'm sort of considering making this a thing, the English streams, but I needed to sort of align with my time zone and South American, North American time zones. Are we in the sort of the afternoon, the evening? Where are we at? Now I noticed that the shepherds have darker. What are they called? Ears. Fluffy ears. So with that in mind, I'll keep the shading there, like so. Again, the details are softened. It's currently 10 to 7. Okay. That's a perfect time then. I can do this. Hope it's not too much heavy breathing on the microphone, by the way. Still adjusting everything to make it just right. I don't want to go over my streams again and again. It feels so weird looking at yourself. So I looked at yesterday's stream for an hour or so to see what I could improve and what worked and what didn't. All right. So I don't hear no heavy breathing at all. Good. But it's a mess with daylight saving hours, so now I believe I'm 2 hours apart from the East Coast, but during my winter we're at the same hour. Yeah, those time zones, man. wintertime, summertime, I should just abolish it. It makes no sense anymore, and it makes life more difficult than it needs to. Okay, let's just fix a bit of this. So Magnus, are you enjoying the stream? It's very confusing. I'm sorry, man. I picked up a new microphone. Would you believe it? I actually went out and bought a big old podcasting microphone. Gotta say though, made my life a lot easier, and certainly I hope it made life of my viewers' ears a lot easier as well. Man, I really messed up here. All this shading. All manner of weird nooks and crannies where it's not supposed to be at all. And now, yeah, I think I'll just go for reapplying a shade here because it was too heavy anyway. It just needs to lighten out a bit. Oh yeah, daylight savings was confusing. I'm glad you find it interesting. You said you only tried miniature painting myself way back in the mid-90s with Warhammer Fantasy. Oh, the golden years. The golden years. Steel Dragon says that I also got 1 week before going into lockdown back in March. It was a godsend after all my classes moved to online classes. Oh yeah, the microphones, yeah, they were. You don't really realize how much it means until you actually hear yourself speak through a microphone. There we go. But I hope, I'm glad to hear that you find it interesting, Magnus. Because I'm hoping to sort of show people who don't really paint that it's not that hard. Because most of the people you see paint online, they're really, really, really good. Really, really good. But also highly professional. And therefore their skill level is way above what regular people can manage. And that's really great, and I admire their talent, but sometimes I think there's a need for people like me and Søren and most others to sort of show that it's fine painting less complex things. Weren't we? Yeah, the years I was broke back in the 90s. We all were. But then again, we were also, what, 17? Okay. So now I've removed most of the wash, and I'm going to apply some of the wash again. Yeah. I'm saying wash, I mean contrast paint, because it's not a wash. Oh, they're over here. Now, having learned from my mistakes, I'm going to use a lot less, a lot more sparingly. But I need something here. I need a bit more. There. Like so. And again, I'm dabbing it on ever so slightly. Not oh shit. Not slathering it like I just did. Whoops. There we go. Okay. And now I just need to add a bit more down here. So make it look naturalistic. You just need some random spots like so and so, and leave some tide marks. That's fine, because we'll fix it up a bit later. And then as far as I could tell, they got darker towards here, and because contrast paints are so light, I just reapplied it a bit here, like so. Now I need something for its tail end, like yeah, there. And then first sort of leave a dollop out at the end, and then drag it away to make it blend in more. I hope this will work. And then, yeah, let's re-establish the ears a bit. I missed a bit. There. So. Like so. There we go. And now, the final little bit is to give him a black snout. Or darken his snout. Like so. Oh, a bit too high. And here I need bigger dollop at the end, because he has a little snout there, like so. There. Looks a lot more shepherdy to me. I don't know about you guys. So let's just check the reference again. That's bad. He needs a bit more. There we go. Now that's looking shepherdy. Yeah. Now we're working with contrast. Oops. Perfect. Well, as perfect as it's going to get anyway. While that dries up, let's see what chat's on. I saw some comments. Don't minimize the chat window. There we go. Oh yeah, collecting 2nd edition AD&D book while miniaturing. No money or left. Nope. Those books were expensive, man. Nowadays you just buy it all online. PDFs. See if Mr. Lambert is getting closer to drying. He is slowly but surely, but he's not quite there yet. However, look at that hair. When this is absolutely dry, then I'm going to give it a quick sort of dry brush over it again, using the ghost gray. No, I think using the white to really make his white hair pop. Yeah, that's the hope anyway. As you've seen so far on the stream, my hopes never quite go as I plan. The old AD&D books were so good and full of interesting information. I'm glad I kept all of mine. Yeah, it was a bit of a golden age. The same with Warhammer 40k books or Warhammer Fantasy books. There was a lot of interesting ideas and background information, and you could sort of do whatever you want with them. Oh man. Good times. I really don't get this. So 5 years, but at least 12 in the chat. I have no idea how this works. I lost a bit of track here. Let's see. Nora, you wonderful person, you. I think maybe she needs a deserty base? Question mark. What say ye, chat? Is it people who follow you? Maybe it might be. I'm still new to this Twitch thing. I have no idea how it actually works, but it's fun. Enjoy it. So chat and Nikolai, especially because you decided yesterday. What should I paint the base? There's some bits of rubble and broken wood, I think. Yeah. I mean, they can. Yes, let's just show. Yesterday, I painted up this guy. Let's just get a bit closer. Whoop. There we go. I painted up this guy yesterday, and I added some tufts today, and he got this asphalt looking base, which I'm really, really pleased with. But I don't think that this looks like broken asphalt at all. It looks just like broken ground, but I don't know. Yeah. Yeah. Sorry. Nikolai said that complementary color would be something yellowish orangish, so desert would be a good idea. I think we'll go for the desert. But how are we going to do the desert? I think we'll go, gut feeling says sandry dust. Do you prefer normal? What are you saying there, Magnus? Do you prefer normal flat platform? Or when it is like that? Oh, that's a tough one. I have very little imagination when it comes to painting up bases. So to an extent, I prefer the pre-sculpted bases, as they call them. But it's also, I don't know. Like in this instance, I would have liked if my survivor gang here, if they all shared the same base, because they're a gang, so they sort of fit together thematically. But Nora here is on a deserty, well, she'll be on a deserty base. Lambert is on some board planks of some sort. And then the scavenger's also on some, well, most likely end up being deserty. And then we have Asphalt Guy. And Dogmeat is also on a street. And the alien is on, well, asphalt. So, I don't know. I think it makes it look a bit jumbled, but then again, it's far better than my own, which is just a... Oh, it is. I'm sorry, I think I hit something. Is it better now? The camera? Right, and for this task I need a bigger brush, and because I've just rearranged everything, a bit harder to reach. Sorry chat, you'll get to show my beautiful visage for a quick few seconds. There we go. I feel like I was... Ouch! I feel like I'm watching a Jason Bourne movie, huh? I'm sorry guys, it's while I have upgraded, it's not exactly the best of the best, because I'm not exactly impoverished, but not exactly rich. Yeah, I'm using a big flat brush, and I can see that it's shaking a lot now. I don't know. Big flat brush, and then just slathering it all over. And the reason I'm slathering and not is because most of the things here on her base is going to get lighter tones, like the brickwork and the wood and so on, so it doesn't matter that it's covered in sandry dust all of a sudden. You might have exaggerated a bit. Oh, would you ever... That doesn't sound like you, Magnus. You would never exaggerate, would you? You little drama person, you. Is it in focus? Oh, it was. But yeah, and since this is a base, I just take the paint directly out of the pot and just slather it on. just to get it going. Because I think the best lesson any new painter can learn is when to be neat and when not to be neat. In this case, there's no point in being neat. There's a lot of detail on the base, and so I've seen some people, they would just, oh no, sort of agonize over not hitting those spots, but there's no point really. You can just paint it over. As long as you keep your paints thin, you can paint over models indefinitely, really. I mean, I have some models I've repainted 4 times without repriming or anything, just put new coat of paint on them. I mean, of course, there's a limit at some point, but I'd say all my advice here on the channel is sort of in general, you can do so and so, not you can always do so and so. Right, and then the little itty bitty bit down here. Oops. There we go. Good, now leave it to dry. Rinse the brush. And then have a sip of coffee. Contemplate what I'm going to do next while it dries. Sorry, I just had to check on the Discord for a second. Right, dog meat. You wonderful little dog person, you. I think you're ready for the next step. I really like the tone that I have here, but I feel I need to add a bit before the next step, because I'm toning it down further in a minute. I need to tone stuff up. So here I have the P3 Rucksack Tan, which is a lighter tone of what we just used. And to all newcomers, I've been in this for a long time, so I have a lot of art paints. You don't need as many paints as I have, but once you get locked into a serious collection, the tendency is to push it as far as you can. That, by the way, was a reference, and if you get it, you get 1 free cookie. Internet cookie, that is, so I can track your whereabouts. Right, so now I'm just going to not overly highlight this. And by that I mean I'm not really hitting everything, but just sort of establishing some lighter points. Like so. Because in a minute I'll tone it all down and then I'll dry brush dog meat instead. So because I'm doing that, I just need some texture, because the model doesn't really have any. I need to apply it on my own. So by doing this, what I'm doing right now, sort of a slow stippling, you quickly add some interest to what would otherwise end up being a bit of a boring model to look at. I'm also keeping it a bit thin, and then leaving and stopping myself before I get too far down the recess here. And then hopefully the natural light and shadow will take care of most of it. And because also that I'm making this sort of texture, I'm using a beat up brush, an old layer brush that I've been keep around for such tasks as this. And like you've heard this before, but to the newcomers, my brushes usually have 3 stages: the pristine, the perfect, the sublime, where the pointy, fresh out of the box, ready to go, unspoiled by time and paint. And then once they've been used for a bit, they get demoted into a workhorse brush, like this one. And once they get demoted further, they become dry brushes. And then, at some point, they might end up dying. And get thrown out. But that's... I have some brushes I've had for 20 years at this point. The poor brushes, yeah. Save the brushes. Leave the brushes alone. But it's a sort of a funny thing about miniature wargaming. I find it's very sustainable actually, because not only do we hoard like the thieving goblins that we are, but we keep on recycling and upcycling everything. I mean, who of the wargamers in here hasn't gone by some dumpster, spotted some interesting piece of flamingo, or what's it called, a styrofoam, and picked it up and went, I could use this in a terrain project someday. I'm just saying. The worst of the brushes I can't make myself throw out for sentimental reasons. Aww. I don't really have those. Not anymore. Because I accidentally threw them out. And besides, the only real sentimental brushes I would be the ones I destroyed by painting with Humbrol paints when I was 12. When I was 10. They died a horrible, horrible death. But at least it was quick. Now come on, Nikolai, Anders, I know both of you must have picked up some styrofoam at some point and went, I can use this as terrain. Otherwise, I've just been hanging out with the most scavenging bunch of wargamers known to man. You still am what? Sorry, Nikolai? I think that was out of context for me. Spotting action figures in toy stores that I buy and take home and saw apart for pieces for modding along with picking up. Ah, yes, exactly. Upscale and recycle. Upcycle and recycle. Just saying, everybody should be wargamers. For the climate, of course, not because I just want more people to enjoy my hobby. Go green, go wargame. And by that I mean, let's just ignore the fact that most of our models are made of non-degradable plastic and lead and white metals and so on. Let's just breeze by the facts and just go green, go wargame. There we go. I hope you can see this. Right now it looks a bit garish, and I just spotted some. It looks a bit garish right now. And then you look at it from a distance, and then in a minute, I need to look at it at a distance myself. And then in a minute, when I add some wash to it, it'll blend in more. Just need to find my soft toners over there. And that's also another trick for the newcomers. I'm pretty sure the newcomers are not really in here right now, but if they see this later on, use the washes to your advantage. If you are going to wash something anyway, make sure you might as well just cover as much as you can in a single go with a wash. So what I mean by this is the gray, while the contrast is a bit stark, it's quite gray. And these sort of stippling kind of things that I've done, the sort of not really a dry brush but kind of dry brush, are also quite stark. However, by using the soft tone, my hope is that I can sort of bind them together into more flowing tone. So let's see if it works. Might backfire. I mean, I was all gusto when I applied all the contrast paint to poor dog meat earlier, and then found out that wasn't how shepherds looked like at all. There we go. A bit of the old mixing palette, and a bit of the good old synthetic brush action, and off we go. Now, soft tone is a bit of a what's it called? Man, that's gone. Sepia. It's a bit of a sepia, a dark sepia. See? And now we just smother little dog meat all over again. And the idea here being, one, we tone down the starkness of the stippling thing we just did, and also the gray will naturally tone in more with the tannish color of his fur, like so. There we go. And then later on, we're going to reapply some highlighting using that tan, but be much more subtle about it, and also hit some of his this darker gray. And now, once it's dry, you can also further apply if you needed some more differentiation. I'm going to just one coat here, but you could add more if you wanted some more coloration in his fur, sort of add interest and points of interest. That's the word I was looking for. Like so. There you go. See, already looks much better. And in a minute, he'll dry up, and while he's drying, it's time for Mortal Kombat. Mr. Lambert himself. Now that the white is dry enough. Yup. Let me see. Just touch of a shade left. And I think I'll highlight his skin. Choose your destiny. It's been so long since I watched it. Do we have any good one-liners of his from that movie? Yeah, the flesh. I need a good brush, or a fine brush. Been using it so much it's slowly turning into a poor brush, but it's not there yet. Hang in there, buddy. Right. Let's get some highlighting on him. Man, it's just not sharp. I need a bit of the cobalt. After all, I hope not to mix it up. I can't remember any. It's been way too long since I watched it. Yeah, same here. Nikolai, it's up to you. Or Google, whichever comes first. I think I realized what the shaky cam is about. I think it's because I accidentally hit my head on the phone every now and again. Because I can totally see it, that it's all over the place right now. There we go. Maybe it's just nerves, who knows? So yeah, right now I'm just highlighting the skin. Mainly because I don't want to mess up the white when highlighting the skin. So I'll wait a bit. I have no idea where his knuckles are. I will just say that there. Yeah, that's fine enough for me. Goddamn PVC models. I want to remember his voice is like he smoked 40 cigarettes before he went on stage. I think it was up to 80 at that point. Didn't he always have like the chain smoker voice? That's sort of how I remember him. My personal favorite Lambert movie has to be Fortress. Man, I watched that movie a million times. Might be because it was one of the few sci-fi movies we had on VHS back in the day. That and Omega Doom. So shout out, how many have seen Omega Doom starring Rutger Hauer? Okay. That's a skin then. Yes or no, people? Have you seen Omega Doom? Ouch. Crickets, man. Well, Omega Doom was this horrible B movie, but it was one of the few movies I had as a kid that was science fiction. And it's basically the Western where a stranger comes into town. There's 4 feuding families, and then he plays them out against each other. The last man standing with Bruce Willis kind of deal. But it's robots. Yeah, sword fighting robots. Filmed in somewhere Ukraine because it's made as cheap as fucking possible. But it had Rutger Hauer. I'm just saying. He was a wonderful actor. And a strange person to boot. I noticed that it's wobbling a lot more now, my figure cam, and I'm very sorry. I have no idea why it's doing it. Hopefully it won't annoy you too much. Right, anyway, now I need to get on with the white. And for this, I'm just using the old matte white, from Army Painter. Give the real proper shake. Now, while I do want to dry brush, I don't want to use my regular dry brushing brushes for. Oh, that was a mouthful. I need to get... Yeah, let's just... This layer that I used before, it's not really... It's not really that good for it. But for the effect that I'm looking for, it's perfect. Because it's not really a dry brush, as you might know it, but more of a... Not quite sure what the technical term is. I think you call it an overbrush. The main point is I want it to be more white by taking the white and zoom out a bit. I'll show you the process. I take some white and then I take most of it off, but leave, so it's basically you don't leave a lot of pigment on the brush. And then ever so slightly make sure you're not overloaded, and then avoid the recesses, and then just quickly go over it like this. Sort of an etching highlight, but not really. And I think I'll just zoom in so you can see what I'm doing. So you sort of need to angle your brush so you're hitting the edges of the hair and not accidentally hitting the recesses. So it's not... Yeah, I think it's an overbrush. Five years going steady. I like it. I'm happy that there's some people out there watching me doing this. I mean, 0 people watching me would also be fine. Like I said, I just want to show, don't need to be a pro to enjoy this hobby. And since Magnus finds it interesting watching me paint, I'm certain at some point he will be converted. Join a little fold of merry painters. There we go. Oh, there. How about that? That's some white hair right there. I'm just waiting for my reward. Oh, the achievement. I'm just saying, Magnus, don't become a streamer. They have achievements. I'm just saying. Oh, thank you, Nikolai. I'm glad you like it. I like it too. And it's really a really nice contrast to this big old coat. Took a lot more work, but it paid off in the end, and now I think his skin needs a bit more of a highlight though. It's still not... I think we'll just go for the cobalt skin. Add a lot more cobalt. Add a bit of barbarian on my palette, and one day I'll get a palette cam when I get too much money. But yeah, Magnus, there's an achievement program, so when you start your stream you get achievements. You unlock it and sort of, I don't know what they call it, on your path to affiliate and stuff. So it's basically how you get how you start earning the bucks. You need some followers and then you get an achievement for... But it's not like specialty stuff really. It's just yeah, that helped a bit. How often do you get paint in your mouth? Never, because unlike most other painters, I put my brush in after I've cleaned it. Right? I do it mainly to keep the point of the brush. I know some paint. I used to do what people do, or what most other painters do, but then I had some Vallejo paint in my mouth at one point, made my tongue go numb, and I figured that might not be a good idea to keep putting that in my mouth. So I stopped, and then only do it after I rinse the brush. Now let's continue on Lambert. Seeing as we got this white hair all done. Should we get him some black boots? Some dark brown boots? Where are we at, chat? What do you say? I guess you need to finish him tonight. I do indeed. Yeah. Let's see. Well, he's basically done. I mean, I got the shirt and the boots. I need your clothes, your boots, and your motorcycle. Except they don't have motorcycles in the Fallout universe, apparently. Not working ones, anyway. I think, actually, I'm going to just... Decisions. His shirt should just be a color, because you can't really see it, so there's no point in making it stand out. It's tucked away in there. That's the only point you can see it. The only reason I'm going to paint it is because there's some undercoat showing, and I don't like it. Usually I don't care about such things, but I think we are going to if in doubt, go. Yeah, I'm just going to take this. A random brownish color, Bane brown. Just going to add some color in there, add a shade, and then be done. No need to highlight stuff you can't see, but I'm going to use my fine brush because I need to make sure I don't hit his big coat. My palette is looking like a mess now. I might need to change it soon. There we go. Just smooshing in some paint. Nothing fancy, nothing special. There we go. Done. Wait for it to dry and then give it a heavy wash of... do we have anything left on the palettes? No. Give it a heavy wash and then we're done. Now for his boots, on the other hand, seeing as he's standing on some wooden planks, I think he'll need something not brown, not black. And I am thinking that we'll use this drab color from his pants on his boots. Although, might clash a bit with his denim. Nah. And because I need a military color, Death Corps drab. It might not be light enough. Nah, it's not going to be light enough. Damn it. Me and my confidence is shaking. But then again, I don't really know what... It kind of looks like he has some cloth wrapped around his lower legs. Yeah, it does, doesn't it? I think you're right, Magnus. I think we're talking boots and some straps there. Huh. Was it all cloth? No, it is boots, I think. It's really hard to tell. The details are so soft. I mean, just to showcase the difference in detail, and because I love the miniature, is you see how pronounced everything is? And the one on the right. And then you really, it's just a blob. Leather stripe with black boots. Yeah, I could. I think I'll do that. Good idea. So for that purpose, let's get some more leather that I already used, because I'm going to use more anyway later. Give it a good proper shake. This one is really, these army painters, some of these colors really need a heavy shake in order to get working. And I found that this leather brown is one of them that really needs to be shaken up. Alright. Now let's quickly switch to brush number 2. I always found that when I started painting, I did what everybody did. I used the smallest brush possible. And then I learned that you actually need to use the biggest brush possible at any time, because it'll increase your speed tenfold eventually, because a bigger brush can hold more liquid, and thus you can paint more areas. Or you can you can extend time spent with brush on the miniature. And also it won't take you as long, and there's some techniques that becomes a lot easier if you use a bigger brush, and so on and so forth. And it seems like this brush is slowly dying. It's losing its tip, and I need a replacement then. God damn it. I really love these brushes, but I feel like they've had some quality issues recently. Maybe they've just been a bad batch. They're not really up to snuff anymore. I mean, I had one of these brushes for 2 years of constant use before I had to give it up. And then recently I bought one, and it lasted only a month. Not that I did anything wrong with it. I didn't mistreat it. I don't know. I mean, when you're paying 150 kronas for a brush, you kind of want it to last as long as you can. Oh. Right. That's the leather. Just checking to make sure that it's properly coated, and it almost is. There we go. And now for the black. We're going to need some black, and for that we're just going to use matte black from Army Painter. Otherwise it's time to go to some graining for brush brush. Yeah. I found that my local system grain doesn't really have as good a selection as some of the other cities have. So you can't really get anything smaller than a size 4. And while it just said that the larger the better, I found that a size 4 is just a wee bit too large for what we're doing here. And then just apply black. And because black is, black is the darkest color, I'm just going to shade all of this in the same wash of brown. It won't really make any real impact on the black anyway, and just makes my life easier as a painter. So many washes. I'm wondering how long ago it has been that I've been on a break. Was it an hour ago? Was it less? Because I think I'm getting slightly tired and might need another cigarette. But I lost track of time. Help me. I don't think it was now yet. Oh. You're just saying that because you want me to finish up Lambert. Oh, he has an oil lamp. Cool. We're after 40 minutes. Thank you. Thank you. I wonder if there's an add-on for Twitch. Streamers sort of. You've been doing this for 6 hours. You need a rest. 20 more minutes of Lambert and you can take a break. What are you, my boss now? Well, technically you are your viewer, so. Speaking of 4 viewers and going strong, I'm impressed, people. Just wondering if no. Nah, man, people go on for hours. Yeah. Oh, sorry. From what my girlfriend has been watching on YouTube, I'm pretty sure most of them were divers. Yeah. I am pretty convinced of that as well. Otherwise, they're going to have a bad day when their bladders explode all over them. Right. And for this, we're going to use some strong tone for shading up his boots with all the leather straps and the black and everything. I really don't get it why it's more shaky now than it was before. I haven't really done anything. It's just the camera just all of a sudden wobbles a lot more. Maybe I bought it too cheap and it's metal fatiguing already. Let's go for a non-synthetic brush just to show that you can wash with any brush. Besides, this brush has been used mainly, if not exclusively, for contrast colors, which is basically a shade, so this isn't its first rodeo. And I think, while I like the strong tone, I think I'll need a layer of Agrax just to darken it up even more. So really, sort of white hair really makes him stand out. And normally I would leave a miniature to the side while it's drying. However, since what I'm washing right now is so low on the body of the miniature, I'm not going to bother and basically start highlighting his coat. And for that, I believe I used charcoal gray yesterday, so I think I'll use something similar, maybe the same color. What do we need? A darker brown. No, not brown, sorry. Darker gray. I'm actually running low on pre-mixed grays. Who would have thought? Nah, we'll go for the charcoal. Heavy charcoal. Maybe, if needed, mix it up a bit with the heavy blue gray still on the palette. And go for size 2. Add a bit of water and remind me, chat, that when I go to a break I need to change the water. It's been used heavily quite some time now, and it shows. So my break is now, Magnus, is that what you're saying? No, but I will forget. Fair enough. Now, like I said, this is just rough and ready highlighting. It's not really doing anything special here. Just re-establishing a bit of the base color and leaving some of the shade and recess, and that will do all the work that I want to do here. I mean, I could push some of the highlights further up, but again, these models do not inspire me to that level of work, so I think I'll just skip that part. I know mainly Danes are watching right now, but how do you find the English? Is the accent too heavy? Does it work? Because I'm sort of contemplating making it a weekend thing. I did suggest calling it something for the weekend. But yeah, for some, because in the weekends it's more likely that I can stream late at night and be in a better time slot for people overseas. But I also felt a bit felt like I cheated on the Danish miniature painting community a bit. I think it's fine. It's good. It is better than Willy. Well, I mean, that's setting the bar pretty low, isn't it, Magnus? And to those who don't know, Willy is Willy Sondale, our former foreign minister, who, in all earnestness, said, "The ice are melting at the poles." He was, of course, referring to ice melting at the north and southern pole, and made a right ass of himself. His English was really bad. Oh yeah, sorry, he said smelting at the poles, that's right. Made it even worse. He didn't speak much publicly after that, did he? I can't really remember anything else he really said out there. I mean, I'm totally off. I'm sorry. You mean sending off an ambassador and then let him? I mean, they have translators there. He could have just said something in Danish, not made an ass of himself. But no. I wonder why. Yeah, indeed. Man, this wobbliness, it's getting on my nerves because I can also see it, and I know you can also see it very clearly out there in the living rooms. But I don't really know what's up. It started doing it all of a sudden. But then it's also a bit of a hack. This it's actually a boom arm for microphones, and then I took some packing foam and some screws and whatnot and sort of botched together something to hold a selfie stick part to attach my phone camera to it. Yeah. It's something my dad used to do. He always just meshed some random discarded pieces together in order to build something. I mean, I had a lamp in my old apartment hung by painting stick and some double-sided tape, and it hung there for I don't know, 6 or 5 years because he couldn't figure out how to drill in the concrete at the building, so he just botched something together. Oh, well, I'm glad you just earlier just said it shook like a Jason Bourne movie. Now I'm overly conscious whenever it shakes just a tiny amount. I might have some sort of auto-correcting function that I don't know of. Ah, Mr. Lambert, he's getting closer. Closer to the finish line with Mr. Lambert. A designated sniper guy with the most boring rifle known to man. Right. Now I need some Agrax Earth shade over the letters before I proceed. And then afterwards we're going to highlight his pants. Some color, I don't know yet. And I'm interchanging the Army Painter and the Games Workshop shades because I find that the Games Workshop shades are a bit too light in doing the job, the actual shading on darker colors. So I tend to give it a go of the Army Painter for darkening it up, and then if it's not dark enough, then I add a bit of Earth shade or similar null, whatever, to further accentuate the shadows. That's just my style. I mean, there's thousands of ways to paint these miniatures. Mine is not necessarily better, but I think it produces a fine result for the amount of time I spend on them. That's basically what I want. With that said, though, the elf I've been teasing you with for some time now, I will do my utmost. Well, to a point, of course, with that model, because I really look forward to painting it. But yeah, darkening up the leather, adding a bit more to the shadow here, as you can see, and now further darkening the leather here. Oh man, I need a specific color from Games Workshop right now called Thunderhawk Blue, and I can just now remembered I run out, seeing as it's middle of the night here in Denmark. Can't just pop out and buy any. Okay, now we're basically getting there with Mr. Lambert here, although I just noticed that I need to fix something here. I'll just use the shade already on the brush. There's some there we go. Right, so now his shades need to dry, and I need to figure out how to paint the planks. I think we'll try out some contrast, maybe. I don't know. Yeah, we might as well. I think it's time, people, for my little break, a little coffee break, cigarette break, call it what you will, and then when I return, we'll finish up Mr. Lambert. Like the leather strap boots, looks really good and fitting for a Wasteland where you can't just pick up new service laces. Yeah, thank you, man. Thank you. But yeah, quick break for me. So I'll be right back in 5 minutes time or so. Alright, everybody. And I pushed the wrong button again, sorry. There we are. I'm back again with some Coke, Coca-Cola this time around. Had too much coffee now. Right. So Mr. Lambert here. Basically dried. So with that, we now need to re-establish his leather. And I'm just going to use a good little brush in size 1. You need to change. Oh man, it's too late. Thanks. Yeah, I'll just change it when I end the stream instead. Right. So now I'm just highlighting a bit of the leather, making sure not to hit the recesses, but and just establish some definition, some edges really. So I'm not going to overly highlight everything, just what is needed, like so. So. And so. Just a quick dab right there. Yeah, there we go. So yeah, to the new viewers, my name is Torben. This is Miniaturum. It's usually a Danish stream, but I figured today I'd try my hand at a more international friendly stream, as I had good enough time to actually stay up late, so it fit more with the US time zones. And right now I'm painting up some Fallout Wasteland Warfare miniatures, which this particular scavenger, we've dubbed him Lambert, because he reminded the chat of Christopher Lambert, the great actor of such stellar movies as Fortress and the chat's favorite, Mortal Kombat 1, 2, and 3, if I'm not mistaken. And if you're painting along, let me know. Oh, that reminds me, Nikolai, we need a Marauder status. Where are we at? And while we wait for Nikolai to type up his, no doubt, impressive result, what I'm doing here, because the details are so soft, I'm doing a bit like I did on dog meat earlier, just sort of painting in where I think there should be a line, not necessarily where the miniature says there is a line, because it's not easy spotting them. Again, the details are so fine and the material is so soft that it sort of melts into one, unfortunately. And having just painted a big bunch of Mantic's Star Saga miniatures recently, I am sick and tired of painting PVC. But I wanted a solo game, so I could try streaming that, and for that purpose, I'm painting up these models. 54 to go. Jesus, man. But hey, you're trucking through. Keep trucking, man. You'll get there. And yeah, Magnus, Christopher Lambert, he's not there. Where was he from, actually? Wasn't he Italian or something? I'm pretty sure I've seen him in some dodgy Italian, let's just call them adult films. Leave it at that. No, that came out wrong. It was some you know those weird romantic dramas where it's implied what they're doing. I'm pretty sure I seen them some of those. And Magnus is asking why are you painting so many? Is it the same type? Welcome to Warhammer, my friend. And yeah, I thought he was French or Belgian. It might. I mean, Jean-Claude Van Damme, he was Belgian, right? I'm pretty sure Lambert, he was some Lambert. It sounds French. You're right. I need 80 for 2 regiments of 40. In principle the same type, but I've mixed them up with bloodletters and raging heroes. And that's a very good idea to make speed painting or assembly line painting a lot more interesting. And I'm totally in this stream indulging in just painting whatever I feel like. For once, I might go back to painting some Age of Sigmar models at some point, but right now I'm working on projects I want to finish, like this perfect specimen. Sadly means I can't play with them in GB stores. Yeah, well, are there many GB stores where you're living? GW stores? Okay, now I need to figure out a good blue for his pants. American-born Frenchman. Okay, that's Lambert for you. 4 around here alone, including the German headquarters. Wow. The German headquarters, really? I didn't even know they still had that. I need to go to the drawer of paints to find the blue I need. Yeah. I think I hit it in one. Just checking to make sure. Let's see. Well, this... Nah, it's too stark. Didn't work. Much better over here. What do we have here? Could this work? Nah, stark. And this is the reason why I've tried to settle in on just using Army Painter paints. Because I end up spending way too much time on picking out the colors. Change the water. I'm not changing the water, man. Not now. Düsseldorf. Okay. When I went there, I had brought Valier colors to paint with, and they almost threw me out. Wow. Wow. Really? I mean, sometimes I don't really get why people enjoy Games Workshop stuff. They can be when they're so draconic. But then again, I'm also in the miniature wargaming hobby, not the Games Workshop hobby. There we go. That's the perfect one. It's a foundry paint called Bavarian Cornflower Blue Shade. But it's just the right tone. I knew I had it. I just need to find it. Okay. Yes. Look at it. Perfect. Alright. Number 2 pen. A pencil. I was just about to call it. Number 2 brush. And now, unfortunately, foundry paints are quite watery, so this might end up not working as intended, but let's see if we can make it work. Start out by showing you what I'm doing. There we go. Because what I like his dark pants here, or trousers if you will. So the thinness of the paint is actually going to be in my favor. Just leave a lot of in the recess. Oh god, that sound and the shaky cam, and I resisted making. It's hard to be on a PG-13 stream, huh? Let's just get in there. Be quiet for a second and concentrate. There we go. Yep. Yeah, that looks quite good. Just beat the devil out of it. And yes, Magnus, you are on your best behavior tonight, so thank you for that. People have been very kind not to be inappropriate here in the stream. Prefer to keep it like that, because there's a lot of negativity out there, and I'm hoping keep the stream as a bit of a refuge from all that. We're just here to enjoy our hobby, not just sit here talk shit. There's enough channels of that going around. And done. There we go. Mr. Lambert, the sniper. Bob Ross is the boss. Totally is. Four viewers still. I'm impressed. People really hang in there. Okay, so let's get a stream count. We got Nora, basically done. Just need to finish up a base. Mr. Lambert, and now we need to finish up his base. Dark Meat, drying up and getting ready for his appearance soon. And then No Name Scavenger. That's a fine accomplishment for one night of painting while speaking English. I spent hours on YouTube watching videos of him painting, and those miniatures are looking good. Thank you. All right. Now, Nikolai, you are a painter. What is your preferred recipe for painting wood, dark wood? Let me know in the chat, please. And thank you for your kind compliment. I did test my might on that one. I'm really, while we're tooting my horn, if you will, I'm really pleased at how the white turned out. That really stark bluish white, which was just the look I was going for. Turned out quite fine. And thankfully, I've written down the recipe, if you will, because I have it on stream now. So I won't forget it. I wish I had hair like that. Yeah, wispy white hair. It would suit you, my good man. To an extent, I'm kind of hesitant to actually do much with little doggo here. I think we need a dry brush and that's basically it. And then, well, of course, finish up his base. But oh, there's a Nuka-Cola bottle. Look, right there. That's neat. Oh, and a cap. Good boy. Always finding a good treasure. Yeah, exactly. That was a cap. So weird with the delay for me and between you and the chat. He's really boring, isn't he? There's not much going on with him. I'm just slow typer. Ah, I've seen you type, man. You're not slow. Whoa, 4 hours. I've been going at this for 4 hours. Jeez. Usually, Vallejo chocolate brown washed down a couple of times with earth shade, dry brush steel legion on top. Mix in pale white if you want to highlight bigger. My usual style is pretty cartoonish and light, so not too sure about that one. Chocolate brown, eh? You know what? Let's try it. I actually have it. You and Magnus have basically been painting Mr. Lambert here. So why was it? Yeah, it's chocolate brown. There we go. For those at home, looks like this. It's dark. A nice dark color. A good choice. But I'm thinking, sorry, I'm thinking that since he has, oh Jesus, it's overflowing. He has some additional boards on his base. I need to do something about that. I think multiple coat. So what was it? You said you wash it down a couple of times and then dry brush. Okay. We'll work with this. All right. Mr. Lambert, we need a bigger brush. Right there. And then we need not to shake the cam. And we're off to the races. Oh, that's a really nice brown. The only reason I don't really use Vallejo model color anymore is because I've started to lean towards more of a satin finish, and since I don't varnish my models when I'm done, you know, I need something that, well, has a satin finish basically. I found Army Painters to be sort of the best of the bunch in that regard. I mean, Vallejo game color is fine, it's really good, don't get me wrong, but it's also a very limited palette of colors, and I needed a bigger, because I'm loath to mix up my own colors, and especially now, seeing as I'm doing the streaming thing, I like for people to be able to copy my recipes if they like them, and therefore be able to just go out and buy it. Also, usually I paint a lot of miniatures at once. Whoa, Jesus. And because I'm doing that, I need colors that can be used throughout various armies. So let's say I paint up 5 orcs one day. Then 2 years later, I want to add to those 5 orcs and have 10 orcs. Rather than remember how I blended through red and whatever colors I used, I write down the basic colors used and then go from there. So that's my preferred method anyway. One of the newer things I've learned is actually using multiple coats of shading to get varying tones of a given color, like the brown that we're going, because there's a plank here and a smaller, I think it's a plank also here, and my idea here is that I'm going to give this a nice coat of earth shade brown, Agric earth shade, but only, and then only have a single coat of the shade on the two loose boards, and then give the rest a good amount of shade. And Magnus, you asked, do you often end up mixing various colors? Color brands? Yes, I use any at any point. And well, ever since I got in a wet palette, hang on, let's just. Ever since I got in a wet palette, as you can see, it's most of the paint that I used yesterday, for instance, is over here, still wet, still usable to an extent. So if I want, so I usually add something like this skeleton bone, this beige. So if I need to, like here, this is barbarian flesh, this is cobalt flesh, and I wanted a lighter variant of this. So I just took a bit of this, added to this, and then mixed it over here to make the lighter skin tone that I used earlier. But when I come to painting the scavenger over there, later on, no, that was the alien, this one. When it gets to painting this one, I can still use these. It's not exactly a new invention, but it's a modern product, and I'm really happy about it. What about you, Nikolai? Do you use wet palettes, or just spotted something? Hang on. Okay. Splotch. Oh. Splotch. Oh man, I missed a lot of bits here. I actually use dry ones. My girlfriend likes taking them once I'm done with them and hang them on the wall in a frame because of the colors. Ah, okay, that's kind of cute. Fair enough. You can't do that on a wet palette. I used to prefer dry palettes as well, but over time I just got back into the swing of using. Yeah, indeed, Magnus, it is a sign of a true love when they want to hang up your used up palette paper. The only issue I found using a wet palette, it's that they are harder to use for dry brushing, because you don't want your paint to be overly wet, and since they're on a wet palette, hence the name, they get wet. So it just makes them a lot harder to get dry when you actually want to dry brush. Man, this takes forever to dry. What is up with this? Well, while it's drying, we can go back to the doggo, a little dog meat. Let's get some shaky cam action going here. Looks fine. I think we need to. Oh. Is that a point that I missed with the shade? I think it is. Oh well. Right. I need the rucksack tan again, and actually, and now we're going to do a bit of dry brushing, and I think I'll crack out the new Army Painter dry brushes, see what they can do. I'm going to use the smaller of the two, I think. No, it's pretty big. I love how they call this a moderate dry brush. I mean, it's basically the size of the dog. But I think actually we're going to use, because I'm going to use it all over the place, all over the dog. So we'll save the miniature dry brush when we're going to. Oh, excuse me. When we're going to dry brush Lambert's base. So I need some paper towel. Ooh. And I really need. Now, to sort of show what I'm doing, so no detailing right now. I'm just making sure it's utterly dry, really, really, really dry, because I really don't want to overpower dog meat with this. So yeah, it's a matter of testing out and touching. And now we're going to zoom in, make sure, and now I'm going to do what I normally don't do. Yeah, perfect. And now let's just drag it along, sort of blend in the various tones of a little doggo. And I can see that his snout becomes a bit too dark, too light. Sorry, too light. But that doesn't matter. We'll just reestablish it with a bit of a black in a minute. There. That looks like a German Shepherd to me. What do you say, Chad? Looks really good, thank you. I'm guessing you're referring to dog meat. Right, and with that, I'm no longer going to need this big old brush. So I can rinse it off with some water and try and get the pigment out. Now I might just need, nah, I'll leave it. I think that the black, oh sorry, can't see anything. The darker, I think that the darker part of his fur maybe became a bit too bright in real life. I don't think the camera can pick it up. Just need to have a quick think on it. See if we can get it into focus. There we go. I don't know. Maybe it's just fine. I think it's just yeah, it's fine. But yeah, the point of doing this was to sort of blend in the gray that I had going. And now I just need a bit of a black dot on his snout, and for that we're going to use a mini brush. Thin down, and now silence. There we go. That's dog meat for you. It's totally out of focus, sorry. There we go. That's dog meat. You need a bit more there. There we go. Doggo. My favorite Fallout companion, I really like it. Yeah, thanks man. He is mine as well. He's the best. And he's been in every game, right? Ever since number 1. No, was he in yeah, he was in number 3. Was he in New Vegas as well? I can't remember. For some reason, even though I played New Vegas a lot more than I did Fallout 3, I can't remember it right now. Now the only thing, and I might do, and I think I will, is actually to add a bit of shadow to his eyes, but not using the black, but red. Do we have anything? Yeah, we had some contrast left on the. I'm just going to quickly add some more definition on a otherwise sort of undefined sculpture here. Oh, there we go. Not much, but at a tabletop distance it now looks like he has eyes. So there we go. Never played 1 and 2, started in 3. Oh, Time. I need a gift button. I need a gift button with the shame bell ringing furiously right now. And I can't remember if it was New Vegas. I don't remember him now. Thank you, Magnus. Me neither. I'm not sure he was. But maybe some guy later on will comment on this video and say, he totally was. As the interneters want to do. Yeah, that's a pretty good looking shepherd, if I have to say so myself. Anyway, enough humble bragging. Let's get back to business. Mr. Lambert, you're up. We need you to get washed. Proper washed. And I need a suitable brush. You'll do. Actually, come to think of it, it's a bit. I always lost Dogmeat in Fallout 2 when I could. Yeah, I really like that in Fallout 4 that Dogmeat couldn't die, because I have lost track of how many times I've killed that stupid dog by accident when he jumped in front of you when you were firing a burst at a super mutant, or you were throwing grenades left and right in Fallout 3. Man, poor dog. And the worst part was I usually killed off the enemies, and then I had to reload because I found out that Dogmeat had died during the firefight, and I couldn't bear losing him. He was too good for the world. Yeah, that sounds like, yeah. I think I'm pretty sure that's why they made him immortal in Fallout 4. Right. So this is the negative Techo patented style of painting dark wood. Let's see how it works out. So right now we're just after the chocolate brown, we're going to add one layer of Agrax shade all over, and I'm using a pretty big brush for this to make it go a lot faster. Now, negative Taco Zero, or Nikolai as he is known in the real world, is kind of clever about this, because he's also taking advantage of the properties of shape, because they're somewhat see-through, but they also darken up the color a bit and end up in recesses mainly, but they can also, because they're semi-transparent, you can add more and more layers of a given wash. Well, most likely will. It's so funny. I've looked at a lot of tutorials online and whatnot for wood coloring, and I think, and then after seeing a tutorial, I go, oh, that's a good one. I'll use that, and then use it once and utterly forget how to do it again. So now we'll just put him to the side, let him dry, and have a look at Nora, because she's also getting there. So in order to make this look deserty, I need some yellowy white. And I think Arid Earth, as the name might suggest, might be the ticket. However, I've used it and it's basically white. It's too coarse. So I am thinking instead of using bone white. I don't know if you can see the difference, but this one is more this has a more yellowish tone to it. This has a more subtle tone to it. And looking at it, I think Arid Earth actually wins out anyway. Sorry, total confusion there. Now I'm Not quite at the airbrush stage for this yet. I'm just going to add a blob on the wet palette and then get a good size brush again. Number 3. Because I just need to slather this all over her base. And then add all of the details later. Now this may look harshly, but I'm also going for sort of an overbrushy. So if I'm not trying to hit every nook and cranny, and then once this is dried, I'll use some. There we go. This was more the style I was going for. I'm going to use the soft tone from earlier that we used on dog meat to make this look deserty. Rather than browns, we actually need more yellowy colors. And I'm liking this so far. There's a good look to it. Now, as you can see, this is why the worker brushes, I mess them up. I mess them up good. They're not supposed to survive this stage. They're supposed to be used. And I think for some added interest, we'll just paint up a couple of these bricks in a nice terracotta color. I think I know why the cam shakes sometimes. It's because I don't lean against the table and support it as a counterweight. Now off cam I'm just wiping off a bit of the excess coloring, but I could just have dry brushed it here, but I really like to make all these itty bitty details pop a lot more. So we're now just going to do this step as such. Okay, add a bit more here to make it more similar on both sides. There we go. Now that's too stark for a desert, but a little dab of the old soft tone and we should have a pretty decent looking desert color going. And I need to turn on the music after this. Oh no, it's stuck. Good thing is I have a apparently never-ending supply of paper clips to clear out. Oh, that was a happy bottle. There we go. Ah, we need 2 boops. There we go. You still hanging in there, people? Still painting out? You need the big brush again. Yep. I'm amazed. And I'm happy. I'm really happy that you enjoy watching along. Now you see what I mean? It has just the right amount of sort of sepia to it, so that when we dry brush over this again, it should end up looking quite deserty. Should. But deserts is always I always found them weirdly hard to get right. I think because I don't really want, the thing is I wanted to pool some places but not all places, because otherwise the contrast will become way too stark when I dry brush it later. And the only dog meat that was in New Vegas was actual dog meat. Aww, boo. Poor dog meat. Well, I'm glad you you Googled that for me, Magnus. Really appreciate it. As I said, the first night in here, I haven't done social painting in 8 months since all the stores were closed. I'm very happy to be at it again. Yeah, true. I mean, I've been hanging out on some Discord chats, but it's not always then you need to set it up and do it. And in this format, it's just, yeah, I'm just gonna go stream it. And there's also another part of it. While I really enjoy the talks I've been in on Discord, I kind of prefer this because I can show you what I'm doing rather than tell you what I'm doing. And not that I'm the God's gift to miniature painting, not at all. But my pleasure. It seems he has been in every Fallout game but that one. Or maybe they didn't have the rights for him. You disagree? What? I mean, not being a god? Saint Tobin of the crafty brush. Oh, I need music. And I think I need some other music than the chillax music. There we go. Sorry chat, I'm just looking up some looking for some music. I haven't added any music to this computer that I'm using in here, so I'm going to use some YouTubery, which you can hear here. Hopefully it won't mess up the stream too much, and if it does, do let me know. Whoops. Need some Enya? Nah, man, I'll just fall asleep on stream. I'm not quite there yet in this streaming career. Nah, it's not really dry yet. And neither is this, especially not for dry brushing, so we'll wait on this. Well, leaves us with the... Nah, let's get some basing done. I'm really just pushing him further away. Okay. Now Dogmeat, he's clearly on a street. See? There's the sidewalk. So I'm thinking also to sort of help differentiate the dog between everything else, I really need to turn down this music. Wow, that's loud. As in really loud. There we go. Alright. So I'm thinking gray for the sidewalk, and then try to make this look like asphalt. So with that in mind, I still have some black on the palette. Wood palette? No, for the... Actually, I've just realized I have all the colors I need on the wood palette. So that's great. Only I can hear what, Magnus? The music? Yeah. But I've just... Don't you ever get that when you hear loud music in your headphones and then you start yelling? Because your body or your mind sort of assumes that, oh, our surroundings are loud, we must be louder too to be heard. Okay, there's some bottle caps there. Ah. There's a lot of rubble out on this street. There. AFK for a bit. Okay, Nikolai. Oh Jesus, 2 a.m. Won't be long until I need to go. Nah, wasn't good. I'm glad you're back, Anders. And them kids, man. You know. What would be a good sidewalk color? It would be a neutrally grayish thing. So let's go for, yeah, a little bit of cold gray. You might be thinking, but why are you putting gray on gray? It's because of the tone. The primer I use for this has this sort of a blue-greenish tint to it, and I don't really like that for my upcoming sidewalk. I prefer a more, well, cold gray, like this. Let's just get this in there. Now, normally I would use a much larger brush, but because there's so many cute little details here, and because, as I said many a time, the details are quite soft, I don't want to, this is one of the cases where I don't want to overbrush something, like this cap here. If I could easily miss it, paint it gray, and then a couple of steps later go, oh damn it, I need to paint it red. But welcome back, Anders. We have almost finished up Lambert and Nora. Lambert is currently drying and put in the corner to think about what he's done to the world with his acting skills, and I don't think I'll manage to get him done tonight, unfortunately. It's 2 a.m. and I have an appointment tomorrow. I am actually going out for some tabletop gaming tomorrow. I'm going to play Star Wars Legion. Fun little platoon level game set in the Star Wars universe. I'm just really playing IP games these days. And that's at 9 a.m. So in 7 hours time I need to get up again. So I think, unfortunately, people, some of this will be finished off screen, but right now I'll do my best to get at least Nora done, because she's been patiently waiting. Is that the con you've been painting for? No, Magnus. Unfortunately, the con has been cancelled due to COVID. So me and some of the attendees that I know are going to just meet up privately instead and have a couple of games one of the days, and yeah. But we couldn't pull through because of the restriction in Ungdomshuset. The format would just be, well, it wouldn't be hyggligt at all, and it wouldn't be possible to actually showcase other people's games and whatnot, which was sort of the point. So since the point couldn't really be fulfilled, we figured, okay, well, let's be adults, and also let's not accidentally contaminate each other. So yeah. I can also feel I'm getting tired, so yeah. It's a shame, Magnus. It really is, but that has been most of 2020, by my reckoning. It's been a bit of a shame, really. Not to start any political things. It's just been a bit of a shit year. At the very least, we're getting some cool games soon. We're getting Cyberpunk 2077, right? I'm looking forward to that. That might cost me some streaming time and reduce me to streaming only on Thursdays in Danish, as I've promised. Like I said, the rest here is just bonus streams. I'm contemplating when. I'm thinking Saturdays, but I can't promise that all Saturdays I'll be streaming. Anders, for the internationals out there. But with my crazy sleep rhythms, you never know. Shit, maybe I set up a decoy account so people couldn't keep tabs on when I was awake and when I wasn't. Right. Now, with that, that's sort of the basic coloring. Now we're going to need a bit of a black wash. And, oh, by the way, chat, is the stream sort of running fine? I'm running music off YouTube, so do let me know if you catch any major chops in the quality. Okay, good. Oh. Sorry, there was some under pressure in the bottle, so it was quite happy to see me. And now I need big brush. A little Doggerino. Needs the big brush for the big base. And that's just a black wash. Nothing fancy, just need to get some definitions in, and then now the sidewalk will get some Agrax brown earth shade going on as well to sort of dirty it up a bit more for the more post-apocalyptic look. And I'm also leaving a lot of splotches here and there because, well, it has to look dirty. It's hasn't been anybody by sweeping out these sidewalks for quite some time. Unless, of course, Robco had some sort of a sweeping droid still running out there doing its thing. Sorry, that was a weird noise. Well, not a noise as such, but sort of a shadow of something moving. I think it's just a slight breeze. You never know, Robco. Nope. Although they never made a sex bot. We found that out in Fallout New Vegas, right? Oh man, I'm getting tired. I'm messing up my washes with my paints. Go team. Now, okay, that's his initial wash coat. Just add a bit more here. Get this into the detail. And there we go. All right, to the side. Just add more water. Yeah. PG-13, bro. Yeah, it's true. But it's pretty hard to talk about the Fallout games without crossing over PG-13. The PG-13 rating. Anyway, this looks dry enough for the second application of Agrax shade. keep needing this big brush. It's a good brush for basing. It's size 6. I was watching it at home. It's a store-bought artist brush. And now, as I said earlier, I'm going to just hit the planks he's walking on, not the plank lying here. Just to give it a slight differentiation. That was too much of a word for me right now. Just to differentiate between the two types of wood when I dry brush it later. Because later I'll just use, when it's all dry of course, later I'll just use a single dry brush of Steel Legion drab all over. It doesn't matter if I hit some of it, it's not that important, just the overall look. There we go. I'm liking it, Nikolai, if you're still out there. It's late enough. Kids are sleeping. Oh, the PG-13 rating, right? Yeah. Well, I just prefer it. You know, it's public. It's open to the public after all. I mean, we're talking in private. That was something else, but. Let's see. Nora. Are you getting... Yeah, I think we can go for the overbrushing using this fine specimen. Now, the point here is that I used the arid earth from earlier, and I need some tissue. Hang on. Now, this is, I think, the technique. I'm not quite sure, but I think it's called overbrushing. Well, it's not supposed to be dry, but not wet either. It's a bit of a... Yeah, it's an art for fish. Now, if you can see it at all, I just made sure that there's not... the brush isn't overly loaded. This is messing up the white balance, sorry. And then I'm just going to run it like so. Making sure not to hit too much of the recesses, but not be overly fast if I hit some of it. And that's basically the method here. And I think this will end up looking more dirty than like a desert, but we'll see, It's not done yet. Could have used some more yellowy tone than that. Oh well. It is what it is, and this is what we're doing. There we go. I had too little paint on my brush. Yeah, it's working. Now everybody's on a different terrain-based Steel Dragon. It's kind of funky, kind of annoying. So basically, every little miniature is a little diorama. And if the quality of the score of the casting was higher, then that would have been cool, but they're not. So now it's just annoying. It's annoying me. But then again, the great part about this is that you really don't need to do anything. You don't need any tufts or anything. You just need the miniatures and the paint. So to an extent it works for the intended purposes, I guess. Right. So as you may have noticed, I've basically been going this way with the brush. Now, you'll never guess what happens now. I'm going to go the other way. Oh well. Same way, but turning the base. Like so. Does that look like a desert to you? I'm not overly convinced. I'm pretty sure Andres has some keynotes considering there's some deserts in Chile. Looks like snow. Yeah, it does, doesn't it? Might be the white balancing, I don't know. It has it has a yellow tinge to it, so it doesn't look overly like snow, but it never snows here. You need to go up to the mountains. I don't know, man. Not overly sold on this idea. Ah well. Let's get some terracotta going. Where did I put it? That's over here. Yeah. Let's get some brickwork. I got nothing to add to the current discussion on the chat. Apparently some snow's yellow. I don't know about that. I just don't. I know that you shouldn't eat it if you ever encounter it. Just leave it be. Now to sort of spice it up a bit, I'm going to add some terracotta to what I suppose is brickwork. And I'm hoping that painting up some of these details will soften the snow look. But yeah, I think the desert went a bit too stark, fortunately. Well, it's my own fault. I had doubts, but I did it anyway. Never do that. It rarely pays off. Always go with your gut instinct. Unless it's asking you to do something illegal, you might reconsider. And I'm sorry if I'm slowly drifting out of focus. I can feel that I'm getting pretty tired now. Might just look different for the camera. Yeah, maybe. I'll take some pretty pictures when she's done. Unfortunately, it won't be tomorrow. Quite a busy schedule. Need to test some multi-stream things and and also get down and play that game. And most likely also need to re-upload this for YouTube. So it stays around. I don't think that was a brick, but it's hard to tell at this point. Nah, that's not a brick either. What is a brick around here? So that's wood. That's wood. Oh, that's a brick. I think. Where the hell did I point there? Yeah, let's just keep it at that. And now we'll continue using the dark. There are no mistakes, only happy accident, just to quote the bait Bob Ross. Indeed, there are no mistakes. Although I'm slightly hesitant on the happy mistakes, but you shouldn't be afraid of painting. Never be afraid of painting. I can always change this if I don't like it. But I'm kind of digging it the more I'm looking at it. Maybe it's a bit of a Stockholm syndrome. I don't know. So I think you're right, Magnus. I think mainly the camera's at fault. I'm making it look too white. There are limitations to what my impressively capable mobile phone can do. And I think we just found one of them, the white balancing. It's not good. It's adequate, but not good. Right, I'm just adding the brown here for the wood, because in a minute I intend to shade it all with earth shade, and including the bricks. Now the thing I need is just to add a bit of color. There's some cabling here, and I'm thinking, let's see, what do we have that we can use on the palette? We got some purple. There we go. Purple it is. Pretty sure cables are not usually purple, but it adds a bit of interest to the base. There. Now to define this. Never have enough purple. Nope. Then Magnus, I suggest you tune in on Thursday. Painting up these bad boys. Right here. All purple. All day. Anyway, back to the miniature at hand. We're now going to add a bit of brown. Exactly, this would add some brown to the texture of the base. And if you're still out there, do you reckon that Saturdays would be a good day to stream for the Chilean population? Is the lockdown so tight that any day is a good day because you're not allowed to go outside? I was just wondering, idle wondering if Saturdays would be a good day to make my more international friendly stream. Okay, there we go. A bit of definition. Funnily enough, we are allowed to go out from my left, right? So Saturday would be perfect then. Okay. Right. Now, final step before I go to bed, because I can barely see anymore. We need to give this a dry brush of Steel Legion Drab, see how it works. And Steel Legion Drab is this sort of, I don't know, light khaki, kind of dark khaki. I don't know really. It's this color. and it's going to do wonders according to Nikolai, who might be out there still. Although I doubt it, it's 2 a.m. now, and this is going to be the final brush stroke of the night. So I'm going to dry brush using my newly bought dry brushing brushes from Army Painter. Let's see if they can work some magic. Now, dry brushing is usually done with the softest of touches, because the softer your touch, the less likely you're going to spill pigment where you don't want it to go. And in this case, I'm really liking what I'm seeing here. It's doing its work, and it's doing it fine. Although I need some more pigment. Sorry for the bumpy. Yeah, this is working. Just the kind of look I was going for. Now first, I'm establishing a Steel Legion dry brush as per Nikolai's recipe. If he's still around. Drink more coffee, sleep is for the week, but I don't know. I see. I'm sorry to hear that things are a bit rough down there in Chile. I hope you and your family are safe. And sleep isn't for the weak, Magnus, especially not if you have an appointment tomorrow, which I do. Now, I need a bit of a lighter tone, so I'm taking some of the Steel Legion drab and then some skeleton bone over from the palette, rising it up, and then ever so gently adding a bit more highlight here and there. Gotta say, these dry brush brushes, they're really good. And yeah, and then emphasizing the loose boards here and then less on the base boards. So sort of like this, and then add a touch more skeleton bone, sorry. I don't know where to get that word from. And then the lightest of touches again on these boards here. And voila, Lambert is getting done. He's nearly there, but it won't be today, I'm sorry. And yesterday a member of the riot police pushed us. Oh. Ouch, man. Some rough times out there. Stay safe, you here, Andres. Right, guys, it's been fun. Really enjoyed that you came here to watch what was basically a test of my setup, but it's time for me to hit the sack and call it a day. But just to recap, this is Nora, basically done at this point. Just need to fix some of the basing. I might add some wash or something. I'm not overly sold on this. I'll look into how to fix it. And then we have Dogmeat, who's now on the street, looking for cabs, looking fine, looking like a German Shepherd. And of course, star of the show, Mr. Lambert, nearly there with his super white hair. All I need to do is finish up the lamp, and then whatever this is, and then he's done. So, a quick return to the face chat. Just want to say thank you all for joining up, and I'll see you again Thursday or maybe Tuesday. We'll see. But I'll give a follow on Facebook at Miniatorum, just like this channel's name. It's the same name I'm going to use everywhere and anywhere. And see you around.